It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him.
It really boils down to our ability to accept. We don't need pessimism.
What he means by pessimism is resistance. And that's what COINTELPRO was all about, stopping the resistance.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change.
We hide it in plain sight. One of Plato's greatest works was the allegory of the cave. I feel in order to understand the political matrix, we need only to look into this allegory. We first have to open our minds to the possibility everything is not as it seems, that things we've always known to be truth may be lies. For if we can't perceive the lies we've ingested, we can't see the bars on our mental conditioning. For that is how you walk out of the cave and see the political matrix. Hello, party people. How are we doing? I was realizing, with all the craziness that's been going on, especially in my personal life, just had a lot going on, been really busy and everything. All good, but just busy. I completely, it slipped my mind that it's like, you know what, this is the end of the year. This is literally our last show before 2026. So it's like, you know what, now's as good a time as any for us to kind of just go over. Of course, we're going to talk about some of the stuff that's recently going on right now. It does encompass 2025. But I do want to kind of spend this show kind of going over some of the different things that have went on the whole year. Yeah, that's it. And I was wondering, what other stuff have you guys what kind of stuff have you guys have come to mind when you think about this year? Definitely been a roller coaster ride. That's what I think of more than anything. Oh, that's great news. I'm glad to hear. And make sure to send a photo so that way we can show everybody. Hopefully if it's nice and everything, Jackie. But yes, Until should be along shortly. Again, it's on me, being chaotic and all over the place. I did not send her out the link till late, so she should be hopping in soon. So shout out to, I see Warren is in the building, Game.Film, Wesley. Oh, and Warren, thank you the other day, you and Lainey, for having me on your Festivus show. It was definitely a lot of fun, and I enjoyed myself. And then of course Jackie, glad to see you also. And then whoever else is out there, say, oh yes, that's honestly, this is my biggest takeaway of 2025 right here. I agree with Wesley. Only 3 more years of Trump. Yay. I mean, this dude has already sent us through a whirlwind already in this first year. I mean, with all of the different stuff that he's done with ICE, I don't really care about, I'm not normally a person who cares a lot about the norms or whatever, but when you see a president who's just flagrantly said, screw the law, I don't care, I'm not doing anything by procedure, it sets a bad precedent. And I get it. Most of us don't trust in, the system itself, but when you start kind of throwing away the illusion that you can do anything within proper systems, that's the fastest way for everything to start to fall apart. And there is the possibility for things to get better on the other side of that collapse. But at the same time, there's also the ability for things to fall in a perpetual worse situation. Sorry to end it. I mean, start off this way, I'm hearing myself talk, but um the reason why I say that is because a lot of times when people think about, especially a lot of people who come from the more of the political anarchist mindset, or they think about, we need this rising up moment to overthrow the system, and and my mind always goes to what that actually looks like, what it's like to live in that, what it's like to experience that, not just we talk about this revolution, what it's like to live through that revolution, what it's like to fight through that revolution, and what it's like on the other side of that revolution. Those are things which I think about. Hey Laney, good to see you. And like I told Warren, thanks again for having me over there on you guys' show. Sorry, I always enjoy collaborating. I always enjoy talking to other people. If you guys don't know, of course, I'm a very social person, so I do enjoy, communicating. Um, but back to what I was saying about like this whole revolution and what's to come about of something like that if we do head in that direction is we've become a society which has become very comfortable. And granted, comfortable within our own chains, I may add, but comfortable nonetheless. As I sit here and sip my cappuccino with heavy froth and foam on the top, I can tell you myself, I've gotten comfortable. We enjoy the amenities we have. We enjoy just having a roof over our head. I mean, that is a privilege that many people in this world don't have, especially thinking in these crazy times, you know, and being in America just in general. Even if you are the lower income in America, you're still living better than most of the rest of the world. And it's easy for us to kind of lose touch with that because we think in our relative realities. It's kind of like the same people when we talk about these revolutions. Um, People think about these revolutions in a vacuum. Um, People think about these revolutions as if there's no other countries out there, and that none of these countries that are out there may decide to take that as an advantage to take advantage of us as a nation, take advantage of the people. So sometimes when you are trading away one tyrant, you invite in another tyrant, which may or may not be even worse. And so I'm not trying to throw cold water on the idea of pushing for this revolution or pushing for a revolution. I'm just the type of person who believes in talking all of the different things out and really thinking about it, because there's there's a scripture that I'll paraphrase it, where it basically talks about before setting out to do a task, that you lay out the cost. And in everything you do, I feel like that's even if you're, for people who are not biblical people, that's just something that's a powerful lesson that you can take in life in general. Would you want to have a building project without figuring out how much it's going to cost for the materials, figuring out how many workers you're going to need, how many hours this is going to last? Um, and it's the same thing in anything you do in life. You're going to have to sit down and figure out what it takes to get this done. And so I think those are things that are important to think about. So I know I've went off into a tangent, and my apologies. This is supposed to be a year-end show, but it's just things that I don't feel, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't feel when I hear other people talk about these revolutions and overthrowing the systems and post-duopoly and anarchy. I don't think I hear people who ever talk about this, things like that. And I mean, I even heard another another commentator or podcaster say that even as we head towards World War III, most of us won't be affected. And I'm like, I don't agree with that. Even if the war happens somewhere else, we're still going to feel the cost of it. We're still going to feel the effects of it. Um, and if you don't think in that regards, you are setting yourself up and people around you for failure. Um, yeah, it says, I'm not sure we are prepared for what a revolution entails. And I think because 2026, uh, ooh, I know it's a little early to start giving predictions in here, but as we head into 2026 and we get past the everybody going out and they're having their fun parties, and we get into after the parties are over and everybody's getting back to work and getting back into their habits, and people are doing their resolutions, and oh, it's time to get to the gym. Oh, I ate so much during Thanksgiving and Christmas, and now I'm going to get in shape finally, and or I'm going to stop smoking, or I'm going to stop drinking, or whatever resolutions that people come up with. Um, I remember a prognosticator not very long ago. It's kind of one of those people that they kind of consider credited in the mainstream. Um, Let me find that article. And so if I have that, I just want to show that I am pulling this from, you know, somebody who was talking about it. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh Lord, not Nostradamus, but it was I can't remember his name. It was some person at some college was saying that their machine that they go through and putting all these different things in is see, professor. And so okay, well, it just gives me several individuals referred to as professors or are saying this, but it's one person in particular, and I'm pretty sure somebody will remember exactly who that man that I was talking about was. But he had some kind of computer model, and he was going through all of these different things that was saying that 2026 is heading for war towards the end of the year, if nothing else. So hey, Michael, the lady of the show, Brute Bones, is here. Well, she's probably doing a bunch of different things, but she's listening in as always, supporting the show in more ways than one. Um, let's see. Hey guys, just got home. Not sure what's the tangent from, but it's always a good tangent. What it is, Michael, is I kind of was talking about how as we, I basically was leading into, you know, many people talk about revolutions and stuff like that, and especially many anarchists and things. And um, are we prepared for the things that are to come, and that things don't happen in a vacuum? And so that's kind of where I was going. Me. I'm just normally a stream of consciousness, and so if I don't put myself on a guardrail, I just start going in different directions. Um, but also, I noticed it's been some very interesting weather going on. Yes, normalcy bias. That's definitely it. I also I would hear people all the time and they would say, well, why come the United States hasn't why come there hasn't been any kind of mass protest and things like that? And it comes from the normalcy, it comes from the comfort. Um, it comes from, you know, people afraid of what they have to lose. And when you actually have things, that's one of the things which actually helps keep you captive in a sense, especially if you have wife, kids, husband, whatever. You have people around you that you care about. When it comes to one of these situations like a revolution, you're going to have to sacrifice. And we're going into that cost that I brought up before. Have you weighed out the cost? Have you weighed out the cost that sacrifice is going to be? You may think it might be, oh, well, I might lose my power for a little bit. But what if it's you and your children are starving? You and your children have to live off the land and figure things out. You may have to get sick and deal with all kind of untold illnesses, which we haven't dealt with in many generations, because you won't have the normal means of doing things. It's just a lot that flows through my mind. And so I'm just giving you guys a stream of my consciousness and my thought process. Let's see. Hold on. I guess let me click that on. Let's see, Michael says, if we ever were ready, then we would have to choose to try to pull it off. As long as we're not ready, we can always use the excuse of nobody else is ready. I don't have to do anything because it wouldn't work anyway. Yeah, and I'm not even going from the mindset of that it wouldn't work. I'm going from the mindset that many people are jump before checking for a parachute. And I'm more of a cautious person in general. Though I've had my time periods where I haven't been very cautious and been kind of reckless. Typically, I'm more of a cautious person, and I'm always thinking things out before I make a move. And sometimes I think so much about that move that I paralyze myself that I don't make a move because I'm calculating and computing this and that. Well, what about this? Or what about that? Well, what about this? Or what about that? And so it makes a difference. Let's see. Isis Negril. I think that's what it is. Hello to you. Glad to see you. If I'm pronouncing that correct or not. Screen's a little small, so sorry. I see Thomas is in the building. Thomas says it was 70 degrees in South Dakota today. In December, LOL. 2 years ago, I was buried in 36 inches of snow and 15-foot drifts, LOL. Climate change prophecies. This is, see, you brought up a good, man. That's a good one to go into. That is a good one to go into. In fact, sorry, keep burping. Got a lot of gas in my chest. But I'm gonna pause that one. I'm gonna say that because I do want to talk about it because I've seen some crazy weather stuff going on. And I was like, I don't know, is it because that I'm a California, I guess I'm a transplant out here. I'm not from here, so maybe this is weather that's happened before, it just hasn't happened in a while or whatever. But no, it's some crazy stuff that's been going on out here. Let's see. Just to show how bad the rich and privileged in power have always been, because things have never changed or gotten better through asking, but always by demand or revolution. Exactly. That's the same thing which happened with the New Deal here in this country. The New Deal wasn't this revolutionary thing. It was a stopgap measure. It was something to give enough to the plebs to just push us away so that we don't ask for more, so that we're content. It's kind of like going to your boss and, asking for a raise. Let's say you're asking to go from, say, let me throw something random out there. Let's say $15 an hour. You're asking to go from $15 to $20. Well, the boss knows you probably deserve $30. And they can afford to pay you $30. But if you're only going to ask for 20, sure, we'll give you 20. And that's kind of what the New Deal was. We'll give them just enough to appease them. But at the same time, we won't give them what they really deserve. That way we can hold more in our pockets. I appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing. and make sure you feel free to chime in on anything in this conversation. Um, I love to treat this show as if it's just a group of us in a room. We're all hanging out and we're just having a conversation. And uh, sometimes we do have, sometimes I have a show set up of all these different topics that I want to hit, and then sometimes I have times where I just want to talk to you guys. Uh, I do have a couple of things I do want to get to, but right now I kind of just want to talk to you guys, and also feel free to, if you don't have my email contact or whatever, feel free to reach out to me, or ask for it here. One of the mods in here can put it in the chat. That way, if there's any stories that you're seeing that's going on that you want to hear us talk about, then feel free to reach out to myself, to Teal. She should be coming along soon. Let me double check, see where Teal is at, because she might not have saw that I sent it to her. Let's see, hey Teal. Okay, so I'm sending her heads up, so she'll probably be coming along soon. All right. I want to show you guys some of this, because Thomas brought up the 70-degree weather. And it reminds me of times in Kansas City where you would have some years where the weather would be, a normal, normal winter where got a little bit of snow on the ground. It's, temperature is a little chilly. Sometimes it's colder than others, but typically it's going to be 20s, 30s, or below. And then you'd have these random freakish winters where Christmas Day you look up and it's 65 degrees outside and you're like, what the hell is going on? And so I always try to go back and forth between, is this just kind of random freakish weather, or is something more afoot? And I know many people watch the show. Many of us lean towards conspiracy theories often. And sometimes I'm with it, because that's where I guess I differ a little from some other people who are in the kind of more conspiracy theory lane. All right, Thomas. That's where I kind of differ a little bit. I believe that they don't do any of these things without just cause or reason. All of these things there's a method to the madness of the people who control the system, who push these things. And so if you can try to understand the mentality and the mindset of what is being propagated against you, it's easier to help figure things out. Now, do I believe that some of this stuff is conspiracy and chemtrails and things like that? Yes, I do. But at the same time, you can't have the global population reach 8 billion and you have more industrialized nations, and that doesn't have an effect. Everything in life has a cause and effect. And so we always have to keep those things in mind. Let's see. Hilo says the polar vortex collapsed this year. I'm not sure if it's still broken, but that does happen on an unpredictable cycle. Okay, that makes some sense. But I did hear also that with some of the climate change, that you are going to have jet streams and things like that changing. Let me find this video. Let's see. Hopefully this doesn't start playing. Sorry. Yeah, I have autoplay on YouTube, so it's great when I'm in my car and I have music or something going, but it's a pain in the butt when I'm doing a show, and it just starts prompting whatever I had up last. Which that's the trailer to Mercy, which if you guys are not planning on seeing it, make sure you guys go see it. As soon as that movie comes out, I definitely want to do a review and a breakdown on that, because it talks about so many different themes that we talk about on this show. And I think it's going to be things that are going to be very impactful for us, especially going into 2026, because especially if you focus on the economy and what's propping up the economy right now, it's basically AGI is what is holding our economy together. Now, whether you believe AGI is kind of a scam because we've seen some of these supposedly autonomous robots being controlled by people sitting in people sitting in a warehouse, thousands of miles away, or if it's actual real AGI and the computer is actually, processing information and learning and actually independent intelligent independent artificial intelligence, whether it's whether it's one or the other. That's still I'm still even in the camp of some of it I believe is real, some of it is kind of smoke and mirrors to make us believe that these robots are intelligent, some of it is not. So that's right, I was trying to find something for you all. Let's see, because it's been some with all the, and I know of course I'm in LA, so I'm going to be a little bit LA focused on the weather, but it's been some freakishly weird stuff going on out here. I'm trying to find, what was it, this house that, oh, that's, let me share my screen on that one. This is something that all right, mute up. Let me share with you guys first. This is something that I never thought that I would see in California. So let me share. Nina is in the building. Glad to see you. So here, let me share it. All right, here we go.
And let's get you right to that breaking news. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lolita Lopez in for Annabelle Sedano. We begin with the National Weather Service now investigating reports of a weak tornado in Boyle Heights. In a tweet from about 45 minutes ago, the agency confirmed that businesses and at least one home were damaged yesterday morning. Again, they are describing it as a possible brief weak tornado. We also have surveillance footage from this gas station in Boyle Heights. It shows you how powerful it was. NBC4 spoke with the man whose home was damaged. He tells us he was inside at the time and heard a loud noise. Another woman says she wasn't even able to close her door because the wind was so strong.
Wanted to close the door, but she couldn't because of the force of the wind. It wouldn't let her, and it was pushing the force. The wind was just pushing. It would push her. It would push her back, so she couldn't close her door because the wind was so hard.
Wow, let's get a little more context on this from Ariel Cohen, meteorologist from the National Weather Service, joining us right now. Ariel, just tell us a little bit about what else we know about this brief weak tornado.
Absolutely. Yesterday, we were detecting weak rotation within what we call a supercell storm tracking across the Los Angeles basin. While that rotation was very weak, it was not strong enough to warrant a tornado warning. However, what we had seen was that the potential for a weak brief tornado was there. We issued a special weather statement late in the 9 o'clock a.m. hour addressing the potential for wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles an hour and a possibility for a tornado. Indeed, what we have is that evidence of a concentrated swath of damage has occurred, relatively light damage compared to Great Plains type tornadoes, in which we are looking at the correlation between that damage track and that circulation, a weak circulation on radar. This is certainly a challenging situation, as many folks I know were affected by this possible tornado. We're going to be taking a look at the character of the damage to determine whether or not it indeed was a tornado and come up with some assessment of the rating of that tornado, if it were a tornado, to see what exactly with the wind speed was probably.
And Ariel, is this something that we see often that we just don't report because that it doesn't get to this extreme, or is this something that's relatively unusual?
We actually do experience tornadoes, weak tornadoes, typically in the LA basin, areas east of downtown LA, through the Montebello area, Compton, Carson areas. That portion of eastern LA is actually a region that every year or every other year we do typically experience a weak, brief tornado. And, it's the kind of situation where when we're talking about strong winds in the forecast and a storm system, it does have a tendency of being a more favorable environment for this activity. Just encourage folks, if you hear the winds whipping up or a severe warning is issued for your area, just be indoors, stay inside, make sure that you're away from windows, and you'll be able to survive the tornado.
Yeah, good tips there for sure, Dr. Cohen. And we hear you in the car. You were actually driving to that location.
Yeah, so I want to stop it there because I guess listen a little bit further. He was saying that it is something that does happen kind of in the LA Basin area. I had not seen it the whole time I've been here. And I was wondering, like, is this something that's normal or not? To Jackie's comment, it says, I was watching one of your early streams, Marcus, and I'm sure you were talking about strained fogs in California even back then. Yes, we've had heavy fogs. And some of that, even into today, we were still having some of these fogs. And we've had, some of the rain that's come through has been, I wouldn't say the rain is to the level of what I'm used to seeing, like, in the well, I can kind of say it's similar to the Midwest, but it hasn't gotten to like the severity, like the thunderstorm type rain where you can't see, more than like 50 feet ahead of you, like in a car. Like it's where it's downpouring to that level where you probably need to just pull over. I haven't seen it get to that level, but when it has those Midwest kind of days where it just rains and rains and rains day after day after day, that's kind of what's been going on probably the last 2 weeks or so. And so that's very unusual. And I mean that corresponds with a lot of the crazy weather that I've been seeing across the country. I'm gonna stop sharing this one. I just want to show that because that was a little interesting. But back to some of that rain that I was talking about. Here's a video that I saw this and I was like, wow, that sucks. Here, let me show you.
Christmas Day digging out. CBS LA's Zach Boetto shows us the destruction yesterday's rain left behind.
All the debris around us is from those Christmas Eve storms. Now, the town of Wrightwood lies just below the 2024 bridge fire burn scar. So when that intense rain came through, there was nothing to hold that debris that came through. And just take a look how it's covered this residential street here. You can see it's gone through some of these homes. It's frozen some of these cars here on the street. Residents not able to get their cars away from here. And with the temperatures dropping and more rain expected for tonight, they're hoping that this next round of rain doesn't bring as much destruction.
It was like an aquarium.
Tonight, as many families are celebrating Christmas in their living rooms, Misty Chang has mud up to the windows in hers.
It's a lot of years, of hard work lost.
Walk through this way, the house. Now you're looking at 4 or 5 feet of debris piled up behind this house.
Intense flash flooding throughout Christmas Eve, bringing millions of gallons of rain, mud, and debris barreling through the town of Wrightwood, causing widespread damage to cars, homes, roads, and city utilities like power and water.
Tons and tons of debris have now impacted homes and lives on Christmas.
Residents overnight creating barriers to try to divert the flooding away from their homes and cars. But the debris flow coming down the mountain stemming from the 2024 bridge fire burn scar was moving too quickly and with too much force to keep it from destroying property.
It was pretty wild, man. Never seen anything like it.
Look at this car here in this Wrightwood neighborhood, all that material coming down the mountain, and it's now up to the windows here. This car, obviously a total loss, and the community will be spending the next few days, weeks, and months cleaning this all up. The cleanup is now underway as city, county, and utility crews work to restore power and get roads back open. Residents are hunkering down for tonight's round of rain, now hoping it doesn't bring more destruction. Did you ever imagine that this could happen?
No. If I did, I would have bought flood insurance. This is going to be years. Years of my own handiwork is just, it's upstairs, preserved, but I don't know that this house can be saved.
And here's one last look at Misty Chang's house. You can see how the mud and debris is just covered her driveway. Fire crews out here say it's really a miracle that more people didn't get hurt. There was one person that did suffer minor injuries, but now there are 2,900 people still without power here on Christmas night. Southern California Edison says it's having trouble getting workers up to the town in order to assess where the power can be turned back on. So right now, there's no estimated time frame of when the power will be restored. Reporting in Wrightwood, I'm Zach Boeto, CBS LA.
Devastation.
Let me minimize that. Yeah, so I wanted to show that's one of those things that when I talk about cause and effect, it's not just on one thing, it celebrates on many other things. I said celebrated, sorry, I was reading comment. But it impacts on other things also. And with the fires and stuff that happen, what was it a year or two, what has been probably about a year now or earlier in the year, when these things happen, it sets up for the next thing to happen and the next thing to happen. And I remember one thing that we always know living out here in California, whenever you have these massive fires, because it burns up all of this brush and different trees and bushes and things like that, it always leads to mudslides. And this basically is in kind of a more mountain area. That's the reason why it's kind of hitting. It always normally hits those people. And so sometimes the mudslide goes and it comes out and it cakes all that stuff up. And sadly, what's probably going to happen is as these people start to build out and get out from under all that stuff, more than likely a possibility you're going to have a big chunk of some area fall off, especially if it continues with this level of rain. And it's kind of something that's went on, and it's went on for years and years and years before any of the chemtrails and stuff like that. That's the reason why I say a certain amount of this is actual nature. It is actual the cycles. It is what happens. It's not all, induced or created. Do I think that some of that happens? Yes, of course. But this right here, I don't know. I lean towards more that because we've had so many different things happen, and with just industrialism in general, capitalism in general, we're putting more toxins into the air. We're putting more, we're digging more into the earth. We're doing different things, and we can't just keep doing stuff and think there's not going to be some kind of, effect to it. And so I've kind of, as I've thought about it more and more, many of the people who are the conspiracy theorists, as far as a lot of the weather stuff, reject that any kind of form of climate change is real. And I believe that it's a mix of both. Some of this does happen from, manipulation, but some of this is just, it's cause and effect. It makes perfect sense. It's scientific. It makes perfect sense. It doesn't have to be, I know, Yonina, you believe it's all geoengineered. Here's a question I'll ask. Just a serious question. Do you believe if they weren't geoengineering, Yonina, that none of these things would be happening at all? That the extra billion or so people and planes, trains, all of this stuff would not be happening at all? Like the extra people and the extra industrial plants, all that has no effect. I'm just curious. Some industrializing is geoengineering in disguise. I mean, I don't know if you can make that argument. If China's deciding that they want to have more factories and stuff like that, I don't think that they're having more factories as the goal to destroy the economy. I mean, not the economy, but to destroy the atmosphere. Oh, you're saying, okay. I think I'm following you now. You're saying the pollution is part of the geoengineering. So when you're saying geoengineering, you're not saying all of it is like they're sitting in the lab thinking, how can we destroy the atmosphere? That some of it is cause and effect because of the way they've decided to do things, i.e., plants, more planes flying, stuff like that. Okay. Now I think I think I follow. I think I understand. That's all I was trying. And so I guess we're more in agreement than I was thinking, because I was under the impression that you were saying that, like, no, this is just all basically DARPA is basically doing this. And so yes, it's the fact that, you know, industrialization and factories and all that, and just more people on the earth in general using more things is a big cause of it. Okay. All right. And then I guess somebody asked Jackie a question, said about the weather over there, because I get what Jackie was saying, that they don't typically have stuff like this, and definitely not to the magnitude. Um, I've been to the UK. I'm not gonna consider myself some expert because I've been there for, you know what, a week or so, you know, or passed through there a couple of times. But they're just they're just not the same size of a nation that we are, not even close. And so there's so many different things that we have that happen here that they don't even see anything. Yes, they can get some rain, they can get some flooding, but are they getting tornadoes the way we are? Are they getting, you know, the massive amount of thunderstorms? Are they having earthquakes? No, they're not having a lot of that stuff. These massive heat waves that we have. Lady Alex, good to see you. Yes, it's been a while, but glad to see you. Glad you're back. That's what I think, that's what she was trying to say, Yonina, that they don't really have all of these kind of crazy weather events. So that's kind of what I believe she's saying. I don't know, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So back to this year end 2020. Oh, I am retired. Oh, congratulations. Yes, congratulations. My mom just retired earlier in the year. I mean, even though she's still working. But she retired, and that's what I aspire to one day, to be able to be part of the retired. I don't know, if things don't all fall apart, if the wheels don't fall off before then, and hopefully I can reach that glorious status. I don't know, unless I decide to, you know, pack it all in and say, you know what, let's get every penny that I have and let's just vacate the US. That could be a possibility. Oh, okay. RN, no more working for the federal government. Oh, you're in Virginia? Oh, cool. You know, my co-host Teal is in Virginia also. Oh, or VA, or is that Veteran Administration? Oh, that's probably what you mean. Veteran Administration, RN. Oh, in New Mexico. Okay, cool. See, the UK and Spain have geography advantage over the world, maybe China too. In what way would you say, Thomas? Let me see. What else? Also, I heard something crazy. And I was like, should I really cover that? Should I cover that? Because I think there's a reason why Trump is doing this. I know you guys have seen this story, so I figure I'll go on ahead and talk about it just a little bit. And of course, it's from a naval vessel, so native New Yorker. Go, of course, Yanina, you can always read where I'm going. Fact, let me do this. Yanina, hell, did you want to actually? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do something that I don't always do, haven't done in a while, but here it is the end of the year, and let's see. No, what is it? Let's see. No, which button is that? Paste. All right. So I just dropped a link in the chat. Anybody who wanted to hop up and talk, feel free to come join. Feel free to come join. So let me put this on the screen, read a little bit about it. Of course, Yanina would be ahead of me before I even finish my sentence. But it says, Trump says U.S. launched strike on ISIS terrorists in Nigeria. Oh man, this dude and his willingness to break international sovereignty just is so infuriating. Oh, it's Lady Alex coming to the stage.
Hey.
Yes.
Hey, hi everybody. Hey, Marcus.
Hey, how you doing? I'm so glad that anytime you want to come swing by, of course, come by.
It's been a while. When you work full time.
I understand. I definitely understand.
But now that I'm retired, I could actually do stuff.
Well, hey, anytime you want to collab, you're definitely welcome over here. So what's some of your thoughts on this stuff that's going on right now, especially with Trump and these strikes? And
my thoughts are this. I'll just say it short and sweet. Radicalized at age 10. My mother and father, I grew up in Greenwich Village, New York, radical peace and justice fighters. They brought me to all the protests. So I grew up in a very radical, aware family, which is very rare. And I always felt very disconnected from most of the people around me, because most people in this culture are not like me. So, and I've always been aware throughout the years and been very active, protesting and doing actions throughout the decades, for all the causes and things that were important to me. Grew up in New York City, so I always found myself in the midst of hundreds of thousands of people doing these big actions and protests, and then going down to DC. Well, after all these years and all the horror that the United States has been inflicting upon the world and people, and being aware of who we are and what we do, all I am is angry and sad. I accept the fact there's nothing that this will not change. Most of the populace of this country remain ignorant and xenophobic for whatever reason. And I accept that. I'm aware of what's going on in general. It's just different players, and more technology, but doing the same horror to the human race and the planet. So with all that, and now with all these things going on, which is just different people again doing same horror, the only thing I could do is remain, I'm angry and frustrated and sad, because that's just the way I feel about what's going on. I'm just grateful that I have places like this that I can connect with other kindred spirits that feel the way I do, which is good. And the only thing I could do is just help others in my mutual aid, help people with money for rent and food, and now I'm going to get together with the Jewish Voice for Peace in Albuquerque and the Peace and Justice Center here, and just commune with others and try to do good things for people, and just remain the irreverent, pissed off person that I've been for decades.
I haven't known you for decades, but I've definitely, I think we've been on a couple of panels a few years back, and I know that definitely been in plenty of chats in private chats or whatever, back and forth. And so I know definitely the you know, that spirit that you have, and especially what's fostered more on the from why am I blanking on their name right now? Revolutionary Blackout, how they've really put the push on mutual aid.
Yeah.
And I know you've been a big part of some of the stuff that they've been doing over there, which I definitely championed. And it's like, I wish I had more of a reach to kind of help in some of those areas, in which now I probably will be doing more, try to get into more of that stuff, because we can't necessarily fight this giant system. All we can do is try to pick out, you know, where we can make a difference. And so I always try to tell people, you know, the biggest thing which I push more than anything is reaching out to community and building that community, and especially making a preparation for when everything goes crazy, to be able to have that community of network to reach out and lean on, because I'm going to have my strengths, you'll have your strengths, P-Stub will have their strengths, all of everybody around will have their different strengths, and we're going to need each other when everything gets crazy.
Yeah. And, you know, Marcus, I was thinking, you know, we're also isolated from each other for many reasons. But the thing is that the situation is going to get so dire that it's going to cause people to have to live communally. You know, we can't live alone anymore. It's going to force people to pool their resources together so they could survive and thrive. And I think that that is the direction that it's going to have to go into. That, you know, I see that. I don't know when, but I see that that's going to happen. And just we have to help each other. But I think, what's the tipping point? Are we going to wait till it gets to the point where we're all being, you know, sleeping on the street? I mean, what is it going to take for us to look at each other and go, Jesus Christ, we got to do something here to help each other out? You know, I mean, I guess it's just who we are as Americans in this society. It's until, you know, I guess the people that the Whole Foods will close down and they won't be able to go on vacations anymore. And then they'll get pissed off. And I don't know, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm very cynical, and I don't have my, I
understand why.
Yeah. No hope or faith. Those words are not part of my vocabulary.
Well, kind of the mentality that I've went with, kind of doing the observation of just humans in general. The ones of us who will even hop on live stream and talk about these issues and try to get them going outside of the regulated, you know, mainstream, you know, narrative, are already outliers, and we're already in a small percentage. And then the people who are engaging in these conversations and listening to us are also a smaller percentage. And so out of that small percentage, the amount of us that are going to actually turn it into some form of action, whether very minor or whether in a minor or macro sense, you know, it's going to be very, very tiny considering this monstrosity that we deal with. And I always try to tell people, look at the enormity of the system and the control, and how many people that are complacent in the system for it to continue on. And that right there should show you how you should try to move through the system. And so what I say is, definitely it's going to reach its breaking point, because most people are reactionary. Most people knew, like, remember, I know you definitely remember the 2008 crash. I remember being out there protesting with people, you know, the Occupy Wall Street stuff, and how many people it took for things to start going crazy, people to start losing houses. And then people actually started to get angry enough to want to see some change, to start, you know, standing outside of people's offices wanting some answers. And until these people feel fear to have to do something, to have change, you will not see that change. And unfortunately, I feel I've kind of been one of those people that in a sense has kind of been an accelerationist. I think that it has to get worse for people
Way
to
worse.
have action. Exactly.
Wait, I've been in
Mhm.
I protested wars. I bust down to DC. Look what
Mhm.
happened with the George Floyd thing. And I said when it was going on, this is going to be over and things are going to go back to the way no protesting is going to do. They laugh, they ignore the oppressors. No amount of protesting. Look what's going on, but something else, I don't know what, you can't go into people's, the information's out there. People can go and within 10 minutes find out the real history of the world and what we've done and what the other oppressors have done. Is something intrinsically missing from the intellect space of the mindset of the people of this country. I'm not a nihilist and I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. It's not going to change. And the only thing we can do is do the best we can for others as much as we can, have a happy life. And that's all we can do. We're not going to be able to stop this. It's not going to happen.
I think we're at the point where the system is actually, it's going to start to collapse itself. And like I told many people, when you study history, many of these downfalls, most of them happen from internal strife at the upper levels, because the balance gets so out of whack of how much do we try to take care of our citizens and how much greed can we get away with. And when that scale tips out of balance, and you have a massive amount of people who are starting to struggle, it starts to fall apart. And what I was saying earlier in the stream, I was talking about that when that collapse comes, because many people don't think about the aspect of what happens from there. I guess my screen is getting a little slow and glitching. But anyway, most people don't think about what happens after. What happens when the revolution starts? What happens? What is it like going through that period? And I try to get more people into the mindset of accepting that, thinking that, because you know how they do with entertainment. They put things out there for us to see it, get used to it. So when the things start to come out, we're not as freaked out when it happens. And I guess in a sense, I'm trying to do the same thing by mentioning the preparations and getting us mentally prepared for what may come, because we very easily could be sitting in World War III next year. And,
no one survives a nuclear war,
Yeah, and I've heard people already, to the mindset of believing if we hit World War III, nothing's going to happen to us over here in the U.S., that we're not going to experience anything. And I'm like, you do realize many of the supply chains that we deal with through manufacturing are not in the United States. So if you think COVID was already something on how hard it was to get supplies, what do you think is going to happen during a world war? And Americans, once you start having, you remember a couple of years ago when they were having that whole run on toilet paper and all that?
Oh, God.
People went crazy over that. Well, imagine run on toilet paper and run on bottled water at the same time. What will that do to most of these cities?
Yeah, there's so many things that you could imagine that might happen. But right now I'm thinking that tipping point, I'm not going to be alive to see that happen. And I don't know when or if that's going to happen. So again, bringing it back, all I do is thank you for doing what you're doing. You're doing a fantastic service to humanity by being yourself and doing this. And we could just connect with each other. It's like, I just feel like I come here just to connect with others, to help me through this. And it's a wonderful thing. And it might be cut off tomorrow, but hey, so be it. I was alive when it was snail mail and we used to send each other joints in the mail.
Joints in the mail. Wow.
Yeah, man.
That's going back.
Yeah. But anyway, so I better go, but I thank you, Marcus, and everybody.
Lady Alex, I'm so glad that you hopped on here, because it's been a while since I've seen you on. I occasionally I might see you hop into a chat for a brief moment, but it's been a while since I've seen you on a live stream, and I'm glad you hopped on, to just share some of your thoughts.
Mwah. Mwah.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. And I put the invitation to anybody else. If you guys want to come on, now's the perfect time. Now's the perfect time to come on and have some of your thoughts laid out. What some of the stuff that I believe in 2026 where we're going to see, the reason why I think that there's a possibility that we may see more of a push towards making people kind of more realistic to what's to come and things getting a little bit more dire, because I can see a situation where, with especially some of the cuts they've done towards healthcare in some of these rural areas, you're going to have some of these people really pushed in a very negative way. Oh, the link doesn't work on vertical. Oh yeah, because I think it goes through your phone. Yeah, Kate. I was happy to see her too. And wow, haven't seen you in a while either. Good to see you. Nina, you say you're coming. Do you need me to put another link out there? Because I know Yonina has a lot to say. But I think that in the 2026, a lot of times when you do some of these legislative moves, whether it's through executive order, and which the Trump administration, it's pretty much mainly been through executive order because they haven't really passed any bills. Not very much, except for the so-called big beautiful bill. But with the executive orders that they've done, I believe that we're going to start to see the effects of some of this stuff into 2026, because a lot of times when a president puts things into play, you don't see the effects of it for a year, 2 years, 3 years. But I think because so many things have been so abrupt with the Trump administration, I think we're going to see some of those effects a lot sooner. And some of that, especially with the healthcare, because some of those things cut off almost instantaneously. I also think some of the reports I've seen of more hospitals that are set to close in some of these areas are going to start to affect people. And especially as our population continues to age. I mean, myself alone, I know as I'm getting older, I'm checking up at the hospital probably more than I've ever done in my life. And I'm not even to the age of, somebody who's maybe 60, 70, who's probably going to be going to the hospitals more. And especially with our elderly population living longer, which God bless that's always a blessing that people are able to live longer. That also does come with more medical issues, unfortunately. And even if you're able to fight those, it just gets more and more expensive. Oh shoot, Abby is in the building.
I made it.
Yes, it is so good to have you on the show. How are you doing today, Abby?
Well, first of all, I've missed you so much. Look, we need to talk, okay?
Yeah, hey, it's so much to talk about, and it's been a while since I've been on you guys' show. And then I tell you, I'll be honest, I myself, with work and all that stuff, have just been like so many different directions that I haven't coordinated with people. So 2026, I will definitely make an effort to try to stay in touch with people more and collaborate more. But yeah.
I mean, you're not the only one. I've been look, I got my mom over here and all that jazz and stuff. So
yeah.
But I want to give a shout out to Yonina. Yonina, we miss you.
I thought Yonina was gonna hop on. I
thought so too.
I think she said she's coming.
Oh, wonderful.
Because I've been just honestly, with so many of these different things, I've been kind of skimming, but I've been trying to dig around just the main narrative, because I feel like there are so many issues that they're trying to cover over. For instance, I believe even this strike from Trump on supposed ISIS in Nigeria. I think the whole thing about this is to just distract from a lot of the Epstein stuff.
Oh, wait, I can give you my opinion.
Oh shoot, yeah. I definitely want to hear it.
So I do think it's a distraction, of course, right?
Mhm.
Everything is a distraction, but I also think it's strategic. Like the same way they're trying to go to Venezuela for the oil. Like Nigeria has like crude, heavy oil as well. But I think it's even further than that, because when Niger kicked out France, and Niger was giving them all that uranium. So the Sahara region, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, all those people that are
that whole shale region.
yes, and they're all divesting from like NATO countries. Well, Nigeria is a strategic. Nigeria still has their puppet, right? And they are a strategic.
Oh shoot, Abby, you still there? Okay. Yeah, I can't hear you either. Oh shoot. Yonina, sound check. Hey, can y'all hold on? I hear somebody. Who was that? Go on ahead, whoever. I could hear somebody for a brief second. Oh, in the chat, let us know. Can you hear any of us? Yeah, just let me know. Can you hear? I can hear myself, of course, but okay, so you can hear me. Yeah, I guess Abby, try coming back in and see if that works. Yonina? Okay, so I guess I'll go into it a little bit more. Yeah, because says I can hear you and Abby, but I can't hear Yonina. I can hear Marcus and not the others. Okay, well, some of the stuff that hello? I heard somebody say hello.
I can hear you. Do you hear me?
Barely. Here, try going out and coming right back in.
Hold on. I think I know what's going on. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, I'm starting to hear you now. Here, I'll read a little bit of this article and until you come back up. So let's see, where did I put that? Okay, so
Hold on.
okay. So it says Trump says U.S. launches strikes on ISIS terrorists in Nigeria. President Donald Trump said in a post on his social media platform Thursday that he launched a powerful and deadly strike on ISIS terrorists in Nigeria, who he claimed had been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians. Of course, I'm doing a little bit of eye roll because they're not attacking any Christians over there just because they're Christians. It's a ridiculous mindset. But of course, they got to say whatever they have to say for their justification to go in and attack them. This comes as the president posted a video in early November threatening to go into Nigeria guns a-blazing around that time. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth echoed Trump's message and said in a post on X that Department of Defense was preparing for action. Another issue that I have with this is, what kind of just cause is it for you to go into a sovereign nation because you think they're attacking, air quotes, Christians? I mean, what are we fighting, holy wars now?
I apologize for whatever that was.
I hear you loud and clear now.
Okay, I'm going into my computer room I'm on my phone, but apparently, I don't know. I'm going to my computer, but I'm gonna talk on here as long as I can. I don't know how much you heard.
it cut off right around when you start talking about going into the Sahel region.
Oh, so yeah, so Niger, you know, they like their biggest resource is uranium, which is used to power all of France, right? Like we can go through all the resources in Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, which all of them have decided to nationalize their resources and kick NATO regions out, and they don't like that. So being in northern Nigeria is a strategic place for them to be if they could take over that, so they can further their agenda in those three countries. That's just my opinion.
Okay, I got a question for you, Abby.
Yep.
I can hear you.
Yep, and we can hear you too.
I got a question then.
Yes.
So is it possible that because they push out France and NATO, the United States is taking this as an opportunity to sneak in and capitalize on the resources of that nation, because now Europe is not involved there?
Absolutely. So I think the United States is running scared, and if they were able to capitalize on that, then that means France and other NATO nations would be beholden to the United States to get those resources.
Hey, you make a solid point there. You make a solid point.
Yeah, I just, you know how you always think of like the long game, like what is it? I don't know what that. There's like something in my ear, like some static or something.
I hear it.
Is that your Nina? But hey, your Nina.
Hey, sis. Let me help.
It's so good to see your face.
It's good to see you too. Let me mute up.
Yeah, well, we miss you.
Do you got headphones, Janina? I think that might help.
This phone, okay, so this is an Obama phone. It won't let
Much love to you, Lady Alex.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump on let me check. Yeah, I'm gonna jump on my other phone real quick, my other device.
It's weird. You turn one way and then it stopped and it was perfect.
I don't know. This phone is weird. So drop me down from this device, and I'm gonna turn on my other device and link from that one.
Okay. But yeah, go back into it, Abby, because I think you're onto something there. I mean, that makes a whole lot of sense. Because that's a way where the United States, which is kind of losing its hegemony because of the rise of Russia and China more and more, that's a way where they could basically lord more power over Europe and make Europe be more compliant to them, whereas they had a little bit of independence getting their uranium. And for those who don't understand why uranium is so big for France, is France runs mostly off of nuclear.
Their whole energy supply is ran off of nuclear.
Yes, please expound on that, because now we cooking here.
Now we cooking with grease. I like to use bacon fat, but grease is okay. You've been seeing people chiming in. First of all, Nigeria is always, anytime something comes out of Nigeria on social media or something, the comments always seem to be directed to loving their slave master. In my humble opinion, okay, that's just my humble opinion, Nigeria has always been suspect to me.
Well, I'm just saying, and I don't know if this is right to say or not, but I'm gonna say it. There's a whole lot of Nigerians that I see coming over here that they echo that mentality of loving the slave master.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about.
It's a whole lot of tap dancing and shuffling, I see.
And you know how different people coming from different not the shucking and jiving. But you know how and this is understandable. People migrating over here from different cultures, they tend to cluster in the same area, right? Nigerians cluster a lot in Louisiana. I don't know if a lot of people know that, but well, I'm in Baton Rouge. They tend to go to Baton Rouge a lot, attend LSU, stuff like that. So I know me a Nigerian or two, or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, or 10.
And I've my experience going down there, I did run into some Nigerians too. I was kind of surprised when I was down there. I was like, okay, well, shoot, I've been surprised at a lot of places traveling as of late, especially going to like Dallas Fort Worth and seeing the huge immigrant population that's in Dallas Fort Worth now. I was surprised to see so many Arabs or just people of Muslims in general in Texas. I mean, because I saw a lot of Somalians.
Yes. Oh, and they're
blown away.
And there's a lot of Michigan, and there's a lot of Sudanese in Minnesota. So they and it makes sense, because if you're coming to a new area and you don't know anybody, you want to be around people that like share your same cultural experiences. So I'm not knocking that part. I'm just saying that gives us from different areas in this country a perspective on different areas in Africa.
Yeah, I agree with you, Abby. I'm not saying that I'm knocking these people, and I understand if you're coming in, you're going to more than likely look for a place where it's easier for you to transition, and a place that's easier to transition is some of your fellow countrymen who are going to have some of your same cultural similarities, maybe even share same religious practice and things like that, and are able to tell you, yo, so in America, it's a little different, so you're going to need to move this way and that way. I think where me and you agree on the problem is the ones who come in with some of these propagandized mindsets and start operating in the wrong fashion, and then start having a negative feel towards us, right?
Because they tell them like, stay away from Black American, and then they have the skin melanation. So they think they can speak for us as if they were Black Americans. No, you're not. You are an immigrant. You cannot speak for us. You don't have the same experience as us. So what you need to do is be quiet. When keep Black Americans' name out your mouth and listen.
Thank you.
But they don't do that. They act like they
don't.
Right. They can speak for us.
I jumped right in here on the conversation, so I already know what y'all talking about. Y'all talking about our delineation, other Black and brown races from the diaspora, because they're getting deported, and they are like, Black people help, and we're like, we already helped you. That's how you got here in the first place. And then you acted like you were better than us, and then you said you was gonna vote for the person who said he was gonna put you out, and then you turned around and said, okay, that sounds good to us, because they're committing crime. And then you voted for him, and he got in, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to put all of them out. And then you're like, no, you said you weren't gonna do that to us. You said we were different. You used us. And then they turned around and said, Black people, if you don't help, he's gonna put you out too. And it's like, we've been here for over 500 years. What are you? Some of us were here before Amerigo Vespucci got here. What do you mean they gonna put us out like we're tourists on the tourist visa to stay too long? No, this our land. What is you talking about? And then they mad. Now they mad. Like you. Well, now we Black. Now me Black. Me Black. I'm Black. I'm Black. I'm Black American. Well, you weren't Black American just a year ago. What changed?
And I want to emphasize. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Yanina. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead. I just had to eat that a little bit because they had to eat that.
I just want to emphasize, I'm not trying to shit on immigrants. I'm just saying they tried to shit on us first. Like I watched this Somalian preacher in Michigan. You know how like
I think I know the video you're talking about too.
He was in Minnesota. Yeah.
He was in Minnesota? Okay. Where he was saying, we don't know our fathers. We're all like from one night stands, and I'm like, what?
Yes.
And this is what he's teaching to his flock.
Yep. Yep. And we're supposed to stand there and be like, oh, it's okay. They don't know any better. Then look at them. They're so cute. It's all right. Come on in. Come on back into the family. We still love you. For real? We supposed to be like that? They wouldn't be like that with us. They said that they were going to replace us. Wait a minute. I got something else for you. Okay. So I don't have anything against immigrants to the point where they are, people. I see them as people, just like I see anybody else as people. Right? Now, I've witnessed racism from immigrants, though. That's the issue. That's one of my big things, right? So I'm like, okay, so we talking about all the immigrants and politicians in the political sphere, right? So I hope y'all like my nails. I did them for Christmas. They breaking off and cracking up now, so I have to take the nail polish off.
I also like that shirt you have on. That's very cute.
It's a dress. Thank you.
Oh, that's a dress.
Gothic. Yeah, it's a gothic.
Oh, okay.
Look.
It's kind of sexy. Kind of sexy,
Thank
girl.
you. I got it from Rose Gal. Just threw it on. So yeah. So I was like, let me look up how many actual immigrants, because the reason I'm bringing this up is because of Wes Moore. Wes Moore, the Jamaican
politician.
Politician, whatever you want to call him, over there in Maryland, talking about we don't need this for reparations. We don't need no tests for reparations. We don't need that for reparations. We already doing reparations because we doing this and we doing that. And it's like, okay, yeah, you saying that. And then he got vetoed. Well, he vetoed, got overturned the bill that what were they doing? A study into reparations?
Yeah,
it got overturned.
I think kind of what he was saying, though, what he was trying to say is that we don't need any more studies. Because
he did say that.
A lot of times,
he also said if my grandma can't get reparations or if my mother can't get reparations, ain't nobody getting reparations. He also said that.
But also the thing is, Jamaica should be looking for reparations from the British.
Yes. But they're not.
They looking,
and then they come over here. They get in political positions over here and say Black Americans don't deserve reparations because they ain't get theirs. But nobody is over there fighting England for reparations for them in the first place. You'd rather come over here and block our reparations we're supposed to be getting than to go fight for your own. What type of coward shit is that, right? Ooh. So I went and I looked up all of the immigrant politicians there are and their statuses here in America, and it shows it on Wikipedia, but it needs to be updated. From 2019, we have like over 150 some immigrants here. And out of that 150, at least 75 of them have a status that an immigration status, a citizenship status that is unknown here, including a Somalian. I posted it on my Twitter, and I got the screenshots here, but they're on my other device. I would share them with you, but I could share them someplace else. But
or you can just read them.
Okay.
You can read some. Yeah, you can read some of it off.
Okay, I'll read them. Let's find it. Because this was crazy. This was nuts. And I'm like, all of these people here with their status is unknown is a problem to me. Because y'all said if you don't have a clean citizenship status, that's telling me that you have no allegiance to the place that you are calling home at the moment. You don't have, you don't have that grounding here, that anchor here. So if something was to pop off, you would just say, "Oh well," and be out and be good, cool with that. Okay, so here.
Actually,
so
hold on one second, Yonina. I want to respond to something Thomas has said here, and I'll give it right back to you. It says, I've met and seen a lot of Jamaicans and Somalians in Minnesota, but I saw they were cool, except for a few conservative Somalis who think their politics align with white Americans. Yes, that's more what we're talking about, because see, a lot of these people who will come from, especially certain parts of Africa that are more homogenous, they think that, oh, well, it's my ideology that aligns me. My race is not a factor. My race doesn't matter. You get that with a lot of Nigerians. You get that with some people from the Caribbean, not as much as the Caribbean as mainland Africa. Mainland Africa is real bad. But you do have some of that from some of these different immigrant populations. And then they come in, and a lot of these are the ones who end up getting power. And so now they have the ability to do something. Now, me, myself, I am all about trying to build and work with whoever we can. But the problem is a lot of these people get in here and they get supported by their own people, whether they agree or not, because they're a fellow Somalian. And then that Somalian moves up and then does stuff that's anti, us and their own people.
Right.
And
let me break in here.
And may you
go ahead.
I was just going to ask him, may you show my response to Thomas?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Let's see which one. Hold on. Let me go back.
It's right underneath.
It says, Thomas, we aren't speaking on them, just them. It's not
we
everybody.
We aren't speaking on all of them, just them.
Yeah, we're speaking on the people who are antagonistic towards our community and I feel like and I see this also, especially in LA. I see so many people who get this mindset, I'm only going after, he's coming for the criminals. And it's like, bitch, you don't understand. He sees all of you as a criminal. That's what you don't, we're trying to explain to you how this country moves and how it operates. And you don't get it because you've been taught to distrust. I'm telling you, out here, a lot of them don't. I'm telling you how many of these people are now surprised. Oh my God, he's coming after all of us. And it's like, yeah, bitch, I've been trying to tell you that. But
they're acting no. To me, they're playing this game. They're playing this game with us to make us think, because they got the memo way before the assignment. He don't care about you. He see all of y'all as illegals and need to go back to where you came from. He don't give a damn about none of you. And if you vote him in, he gonna make sure you get the fuck out. So don't do that. Vote for Kamala or vote, third party, whatever. Don't, Kamala is going to be more open to immigrants because she comes from an immigrant background herself, even though Trump does too, but he don't like talking about that.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Yes, his father is from Germany. He's a what? He's a two.
I'm talking about Kamala.
Oh no, Kamala for immigrants. If Kamala is immigrant, she loves it. She loves the immigrants. She does everything they did in Biden's cabinet for immigrants was from her. It was from her. The people lobbying in her lobby group for her, in her realm. That was from her. Okay. Kamala loves immigrants because they're the ones who voted for her. They voted for Biden and they voted her in too. And that's what she run with. She don't run with black people. You see what I'm saying? She don't run with us that hot. But unless she needs to get, voted for. Then, she's running hot with us then, right? Trying to get herself in. But Thomas, this is for you, babe. You're Native American and you're seen as a valuable Native American. It means you don't have no brown skin like me. You're seen more of a Native American than I am, right? So to them, you're white adjacent. To them, you have more ground here than I do. That they weren't telling you they're gonna send, if you vote for Trump, Trump gonna send you back to Mexico or Alaska or some craziness like that.
Or Siberia.
There I would kind of push back a little because especially being a Kansas native, they don't give a damn about no Native Americans, and plenty of them got locked up by ICE too.
I'm talking about the Somalis. I'm talking about the Somalis Thomas ran into. I'm trying to explain to him why they treated him so differently
okay.
as
I
to
follow. I
opposed
thought
to
you were
having.
talking about ISIS.
No,
That
not
makes
white
sense.
people. No. We know white people don't
I
give a
get
damn.
what
We
you're
know
saying.
white people. Come on now, bro.
I get what you're saying. The Somalians don't look at them as
They look at us. That's why they were telling us that if we don't help them, Trump is gonna send us back to Africa too. And we like, where? Who? Where he gonna send us back to? Where? Seriously, we've been here over 500 years. We was here. Some of us were here before Amerigo Vespucci got here. You want to treat us like we don't know our history? Where
I'd
Trump
like
gonna
to
send?
see him try it.
Trump sat up there and said. Trump sat up
Even-
there and said the 14th Amendment was for African or descendants of slaves. It wasn't for everybody to come in here and just stay here. Even he know that. Even Trump plays stupid, but on certain instances he knows stuff. Sometimes he knows stuff, and he was right about the 14th Amendment. That it was.
But I did hear Trump trying to make a case for even getting rid, because he even said even some of these Americans need to go.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think that
did
was
say
his
that.
kind of nod and wink to the people who want to find a causality to get rid of.
Yeah, because
some
now
of
he's
us,
trying
too.
to get rid
Because
of
he
the
can try to
14th Amendment.
put us in the criminal, So
yes, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Because when it come down to it, I think a lot of him and his supporters want this country to look a whole lot more like Trump, and they don't care that many of us have been here for generations. They don't care that many of us were here before there was America. They see it as we have conquered this. This is for white people. This is a white country, and I don't care if this was your land. It's my land now. That's how they see it.
It's the new
Nick Fuentes. I know what she was saying, but she cut out.
Yeah.
But
well,
yeah,
Nick Fuentes is what a quarter Mexican or eighth Mexican, and he mad that he ain't fully white too. He mad at himself. That's talk about some self-hatred. Okay, you tell him you're not white, and he's like, "Yeah, I know. I wish I was fully white." That's the type of person he is. So you know what I'm saying? There's white adjacent people who are fully gung ho for it, as long as it's not going to affect them. And all of these other nations, these immigrant nations that are coming here, have gotten the memo that white equals better. So the lighter you are, the better your life will be. You will get more privileges and more of a status in society if you get with a white person and you integrate with them. That's why you got the story about, and well, he wasn't a white man from America. He said he was Dutch. But remember the Dutch scammer that got the Nigerian girl? She got with him, and he was gonna marry her and all this stuff. And he turned around and took like $200,000 from her entire family. Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And she was an immigrated African girl that lived here in America with her parents and everything. That story happened in November. Yeah. So about these officials and government people. So here comes some
I'll
of
be
the
right
names.
back. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. Here comes some of the names that are unknown. Now, some of them say naturalized. Winsome Earl Sears is naturalized. She's a state official, statewide official. Says she's naturalized. In case anybody was talking, I am speaking. Anyway, I'm sorry. That was Winsome Earl Sears, y'all. Okay, so unknowns. Citizenship unknown, a statewide official. One of them is Aruna Miller. That their citizenship status is unknown. They're a Democrat. That's it for that, for some reason. Okay, so Mayor Victor Gordo, unknown. He's a mayor in Mexico. And from Mexico. He's a mayor from Mexico.
Isn't one of the governors like a Jewish lady, a Jewish Mexican? You know what I'm talking about?
That's it. That's in Mexico. Yeah, she's a Jewish Mexican lady. That was in Mexico. This person is here though. It don't say what city they the mayor
Oh, you're
of.
talking about America. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right.
No, you're fine. Amir Ghalib is from Yemen. His citizenship status from October 2020 is unknown, and he's a Democrat. Let's see. Mboka Mbweli is from Zaire. They're an independent, and their citizenship status is unknown. Lily Wu is from Guatemala. She's a libertarian. Her citizenship status is unknown. Okay, state legislators. Mana Abdi from Kenya is unknown. He's a Democrat. Munira Abdali is from Somalia. Citizenship unknown, also a Democrat. Solomon Adesanya from Nigeria is a Democrat. Citizenship unknown. Hector Arzeno from Argentina is a Democrat. He's unknown. His citizenship is unknown. Saad Anwar is a Democrat. His citizenship is unknown. He's from Pakistan. Dagmara Avelar is a Democrat. Their citizenship is unknown. They're from Ecuador. Lex Brenzy is Ukrainian SSR, the USSR. They're a Republican. Their citizenship is unknown. Harry Bandari is from Nepal. He's a Democrat. His citizenship is unknown. Salman Bojani from Pakistan is a Democrat. His citizenship is unknown. Jennifer Bradley from Japan is a Republican. Their citizenship is unknown. Alec Bukrasny, from Soviet Union, Republican. Their citizenship is unknown. Suraj Butaki from Bhutan is a Democrat, and their citizenship is unknown.
I think what you're trying to say is dual citizenship. You should be in politics.
No.
I mean, that's how I feel.
Look, it says, look at this. It says if it was a dual citizenship, it would say either naturalization or birth. Okay, it says unknown right here. Hold on, let me show you. I don't know if you can see it. It says unknown right there. Hold on. Let me mess with the camera.
Maybe you could can you send it to him in private chat?
Yes.
Send him the link in private chat.
Yes, I can. I have to go find the link because I took screenshots of this.
Oh, you took screenshots. Oh, okay.
Yeah, these are the screenshots.
Because it's hard to see the screenshot.
Yeah, I know because this phone is crazy. I'm okay. I will go.
While you're looking, may I mention something that I think is super interesting?
Sure.
That came from the Turning Point USA AmFest.
Oh Lord. Yeah, go for it. Oh Lord.
Morpheus.
I know one thing I saw, I was like, oh, it was so super cringe for me. But I don't know. I'll see where you go with this.
Well, you want to go first, or you...
No. You go ahead.
Okay. Oh, hey, Rondo. Peace, fam. So, what I found was super interesting was when Vivek had his speech. The way he was, and he did an op-ed, by the way, in the New Yorker. If you guys want to go read it. But his thing was like...
1 second. Can you share the link in the chat again so I can send this to you, please? Okay, my bad.
The show link?
No worries.
Yes, please.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, and I'm probably going to butcher what he was trying to say, but I think once I start going, you guys are going to understand what I'm trying to say. So he's saying that there are two ways we have to decide which ways we could be citizens. And I think it was a direct attack on FBAs who are trying to create their lineage for reparations, because he was like, well, you can either be a citizen by heritage base, which is by lineage, or we can just come together and know that we have common ideals as an American. And he named off all these Judeo-Christian ideals. And if you have all these ideals, then you're an American. There's no non-binary to be an American. Either you are or you aren't. So he was trying to discredit what we call lineage-based in FBA culture, but he was saying heritage-based. And I said, look at this shit right here. Oh, can I curse?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I said, look at this shit right here. He is there. Once again, they're using a brown person to attack other brown people that have built up traction. So
That's
y'all been watching us. Y'all been listening to what we have to say. You feel like we're building up traction and people are listening to what we have to say, and now you got to knock it down and be like, no. As long as you have Judeo-Christian values, you're an American. Point blank. And I was like, oh my gosh, here we go with the white supremacy nonsense again. That's what I want to say. Anybody want to comment on
Michael, if you want to join, you can. That'd be cool to have the two of y'all on here. But I hear exactly what you're saying, that reparations is not about some kind of shared moral belief system. That's foolishness. Now, if you're talking about heritage as in a bloodline or whatever, or that we all share, that came into this country at the same time or was in this country, whichever way you want to define it.
Changing the goalpost.
Because how I look at it is, if you let's say if you were a Native American or you were brought over through the transatlantic slave trade, y'all both went through the slavery part. That's the most important part I'm talking about.
Or if you're an Aboriginal Indian.
That's what either way, you still went to land stolen and trauma and all that stuff like that. And then the Jim Crow era and all that stuff. And these are the people who we're talking about when we're talking about reparations. We're not talking about just because you got a similar skin tone or, oh, well, I know that Africans came out of certain parts of West Africa and I came out of West Africa too. No, that don't count.
Nah.
Michael.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, co-host.
How's it going? What's up, co-host? You the most co-host with the most.
Yeah, Nina, why did you want to?
The gang is back together again.
Oh, take the other one down. Okay, there we go. Yeah,
we can't hear you, Yanina.
Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, the other one is where I'm sending the information into the chat.
Oh, you're sending into the private chat.
Yes.
Got you.
Okay.
No, but
wait, before you start,
go ahead.
Can we say good night to Jacqueline, because she has to go to bed? It's late.
Oh,
she's over there in England.
Good night,
most
Jackie.
definitely.
Good night, Jacqueline. Always good to see you.
Yes, always good to see you,
Jackie darling.
Sweet dreams, Jackie darling.
Oh,
all right, go ahead, Morpheus.
Happy New Year. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just thinking about like all of these different things that are going on, and I guess at this point in the show, it's a good time to ask you all like messages and things that you're focusing on, going into 2026, like whether it is something where it is like some kind of philosophy that you would like to impart for the next coming year, things that you think we need to worry about for the next coming year, or things you wanted to address, or about things that have happened this year. And since Michael's just hopping on, I'll turn it over to him. Like, what's some of his thoughts on this? Because I'd definitely be interested in hearing.
Well, next year, that's a good question that you ask there. It's very important, I think, for us to figure out what kind of potential the different socialist groups have. Like, there was the bad results of that people were hoping for a better, more support for a third party like the Green Party during the election, and so now we got to figure out where is the left at? What's the game plan? A lot of people are talking about getting more serious, but they're not really doing it. So, got to figure out who to stop supporting rhetorically that you might have in the past, and figure out who you might need to criticize for inaction or failed action. Like, I've been seeing a lot of people been criticizing the DSA and stuff. The more I learn about it, seems like a very dead organization. Don't see any reason why people should be supporting it. And anyone who's like new to the game, who's talking good stuff about them, we got to kind of point them in the right direction, which is away from them. But I haven't really looked into the PSL, but I'm not really too hopeful for them. But for me, that's American politics. There's only so much value for me to learn about it, because I need to stop being too much like my head in the geopolitics around the world. For me to be effective, I have to be like turning my thinking towards my local, what can I actually do? So that's
no, I mean, yeah. I completely understand. Oh, wait a minute. That's why I completely understand, because I feel like everybody needs to pick the lane where they feel that they can be most impactful. And I honestly feel there are too many of independent media that kind of lean to the left, who are trying to focus on foreign policy, who don't really, that's not really their lane. There are other things that I feel that they can be more effective at doing. And some of them, not all, but some of them, I don't feel like they're as well informed to be talking about some of those issues as they are. But I agree, you know, dealing with local politics is far more important, especially if you have if you have an inroad in to be able to do something with it. I mean, I'll give a perfect example. When I was in Kansas City, I did have, you know, a good understanding of local politics very well. And so I was able to talk to this person, rally with this person, and be able to get push and movement in my area to be able to affect things and be able to get words out. And some of us do have more power in certain areas to do certain things, and we need to utilize that. So I hear exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, because I feel like I'm pretty busy, although I'm way less busy than a lot of people working full time and stuff, because I'm working part time. But I have to, because I'm doing things like such an old fashioned way, just kind of forced to live in a place without a dishwasher kind of thing. I don't have a car, right? So I'm biking everywhere. It's like I feel like I'm living like 30 years behind everyone, and it just takes too long to get stuff done. I have to find a more efficient way of using my time, because it's just so much of my time is being wasted or just not spent well. Like, I'm sitting around watching a lot of TV, and I can justify, oh, it's my political shows, I'm learning. And then the thing about the politics, everyone's like scorns the politician. They're like, electoral politics will never work. So, but then we got to get organized. So they say join a party. So then you're joining an electoral party. So to me, I guess I'd have to choose which, like, am I going to join the old Communist Party or try and form a new one? And so the last few years I spent kind of watching the ACP guys, and at first I was wanting to tentatively support what they were doing. We had like we were thinking about doing ACP style parties in Canada, like affiliated with them. And then we watched all that that was a disaster, basically. A bunch of kids pretending that they were the most revolutionary a lot of bigoted views and stuff, and then just like a bunch of online kind of communist stuff. And so you got to kind of live and learn. And I mean, they're not maybe wrong about certain things, about like criticizing the old parties, about being ineffective and like co-opted. So I'm kind of wary about the Communist Party because they're like probably infiltrated, and I don't necessarily want to go work for the CIA, right?
Well, if I can give you some advice, what I would say is, if you can focus on any kind of initiatives in your local politics, outside of a party, even that could be beneficial. I remember they had this thing called a ghostwriter tax in Kansas that they were putting on every. So basically, what it was is, for all the people who didn't pay their utilities, the utility company was trying to get a bill so that those bills that were not paid would be spread as an additional tax onto the paying customers. And so basically you were paying your bill and you were paying other people's bill, and they were still writing this off at the end of the year to capitalize the profits even more. And what they started doing is they started, trying to hide their meetings behind closed doors, move them to like 3 a.m. at the Capitol, not announce anything ahead of time so that they could try to get this thing passed in the dead of night. And I was able to get people's attention here and there, and it made them have to move around. And it was harder for them to get it done, but they did eventually got it done. And so a lot of those people who didn't pay attention at the time, who were like, oh yeah, whatever, when it actually went into effect and people start paying this additional tax and everybody's seeing their bill, like, what the hell is this? I'm like, this is that thing I was telling you guys about. And if you could have paid more attention and put pressure on these certain politicians, you can get them out of power, because at that level, you have far more ability when you're dealing with state and local politics, especially if you're in a smaller city, town, municipality. It gets harder the bigger the city you're in. So if you're in like a giant metro, like LA in a sense, even down to the small city council, it's so corrupted because there's so much money involved, and the big DNC machine gets involved. Nina knows about that too with Chicago. I know that, and then Abby knows about that, I'm sure, because in Louisiana, the level of corruption down in Louisiana and New York City.
Mm-hmm.
See, you see, Abby knows it from both ways. You got the
From
good
the
old
Southern,
boy network.
the Yankees and the Good Boys.
Yeah, you got the good old boy network in the South, and then in New York, you got the big machine politics that are going on. And so, if
Hell,
you're
you can
able
even
to
find that out here in little old Central Illinois.
That's what I'm saying. If you're able to be in an area where you can circumvent that, and your politicians, like you're able to just roll up on your city councilman at church or see them at the local grocery store, you have a whole lot more power than you realize. And I feel like initiatives a lot of times work better. Just giving my advice. You could tell me, shut up, Marcus. I got my own way of doing it. You don't know how it is in Canada, and very well, I might be, talking into the wind because I don't know how it is in Canada.
Yeah, no, I'm listening. Yeah.
But if you're able to get certain initiatives, you may even be able to get crossover support, people who might not buy into socialist or communist ideas in totality, but may support the principle of the idea without understanding it's socialist or communist. You see what I'm saying? And so you get them involved in that. And then when it goes on to the next issue, you might have to form a whole new, conglomerate of people coalition of people who are going to support this next initiative.
Yeah, I appreciate, I agree with basically all that. I think I just have that bit like stage fright, whatever, like trying to actually go do something in your community. I feel a bit like the underdog, and I don't really feel like I have the power. But that's like doubting my own politics, right? Because the whole thing about saying we're the working class ones with the power, right? So you got to really, if you don't actually believe that, you can't really preach it too much. So, but I think I should go to City Hall. What I used to do, I did TV Kojiko co-op when I was in high school with like the cameras, because I went to radio broadcasting for college, but I had to do TV because there wasn't any slots in the radio. But so I was doing like being the cameraman for the local TV station, recording the city council meetings for a few months, right? That was a good experience. But now that I have a podcast, I just worry. It's like the thing about the geopolitics versus the local politics. There's a perception that the local stuff is boring and won't make good content for people. So it's, would I want to share that on Noteworthy and stuff? And people, who cares about Windsor? I'm in Windsor, Ontario, by the way, Chris. Yeah.
Well, this is what I would say. It may not play to your overall audience of people who are watching you from all these other different places, but if you're able to get word out in Windsor and get people to pay attention there, you could even decide, okay, well, this is going to be a stream that's specifically for Windsor issues. And if you get people involved, that I'm telling you, it can have some effect. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, you good. That's all good information. And what I got to add to that is the thing about grabbing attention is not the popularity of it or what, whatever. It's consistency. Consistency is the key. If you take 15 minutes, just a 15-minute blurb, and you for every day, and say, let's say something about the water or the way council is running something, or something that you learned about how they spending the money, anything about your councilman or your government, and you want to put it out there, pick one thing every day and do a 15-minute blurb and just put it out there. Or you could do a 10-minute blurb and make it a short. Also, you got a channel and you guys do long form. Well, if you ain't doing nothing while you watching your political videos on the channel, on Abby, the Noteworthy channel, you can take your videos and chop them up into short form in the shorts and into 10-minute videos, and then post them as shorts on your channel, and to help get you extra traction, to help people get more involved. If you got like a library, you got printers there, you could print out 10 printers, 10 flyers for something, tell somebody to tell somebody, and then say,
TikTok.
hey, come TikTok, yeah.
TikTok's the way. You can dedicate a TikTok channel specifically to that.
Yes, and you have to hit them hashtags. Hashtags only work if you work them.
Yep.
And to learn, you got to learn how to work it. Once you get a hang of it, though, you're gonna have it.
Mm-hmm.
Totally, 100%. And I'll help you with it if you want.
See,
yeah, sounds good.
That's that community aspect. Reach out to people who can help you. There's plenty of people who will. I understand, like, feeling like not having enough time, because I remember a period when I didn't have a car, like my car was wrecked and I was riding my bike to work, and I know how much time that does take, especially when I was working like probably easily 50 to 60 hours or more a week. So I get it. But yeah, so, the good thing about that TikTok is you can put a video on while you're riding on your bike. You just slow down to a decent pace, just say what you said. Because on TikTok, a lot of those people, they don't care about, oh, let's set up a nice green screen and all this editing, and they don't care. They care more about the message of what you're saying than the presentation. And so I see a lot of people's videos where they wearing a bonnet, laying in bed, and me, I don't know, just how I grew up. It's like, no, you need to be presentable and be a certain way. But this younger generation, they don't care about none of that. Nope. And you can get that information out.
I made 2 TikToks. Both of them were about the oligarch. One of them got 50,000 views, and another one got like 70,000 views. I know you've seen them. Yeah, you seen them. So and it wasn't one, and it wasn't nothing but just a picture that I put up there with some music, and it blew up. I did hit them hashtags though. So you got to know how like I said, once you learn how to work them, start. And also you need to post your location. They're just your city, like you say. I'm in Ontario, London, Canada. Sorry. And then you post that, you put your location there, and then you post it, and then you hit the hashtags Ontario, London, Canada, and then you post it, and then it'll bring people to you. Once you learn how to do that, also let your posts be about something that's going on, like transportation. Y'all need good transportation in Ontario. Transportation sucks. Why you riding your bike? Man, I don't know about this, man. I'm riding my bike here just to get to work. Transportation sucks in Ontario. We need to do something about this.
The bus system is a piece of shit, right? For no reason.
Right. And you could make that video while you're riding your bike to work.
I know. I just get a little. I don't want to. Not trying to be like all these influencers, whatever. Just
it's not about that. It's not about that.
Yeah.
You have to get over that, because it's not about that. It's about getting the message out. The whole reasons they became influencers is because they had a message that somebody was willing to listen to, because they took the time to put it out there. That's it. So you don't even worry about being an influencer. Think about it as being, community action individual.
Yeah.
Something more like that, because that's how some of these influencers started out. They were community action people, and then they made a post, and the post blew up, and then now they're called influencers, but some of them don't even see themselves like that. They just see themselves as people who care about what goes on in their community.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanna bring Abby, and I want to ask her the same question. What are some of the things that caught your attention a whole lot this year, or things which you would like to focus on come in the coming year, or a message that you would like to impart on next year, or just things that you want to share with us that people need to pay attention to, either good or bad, or stuff that happened from this year?
Okay, I'm gonna turn on my camera so you can see my bonnet.
Hey.
So you can see my bonnet, and I'm in my robe. Okay, so we know it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And I took notes so I didn't forget what was going on.
Good.
Okay. I really didn't want to focus on 2025 as much.
That's fine.
Although it did resonate with me how you were saying, it's like sometimes we might talk about foreign policy more than we should be talking about domestic policy. And I feel like maybe we do that a lot, but I also feel like maybe we do that because the people that are listening to us already kind of understand the domestic policy. So we're trying to expand and expound what's going on in the world to them. But I do feel what you're saying. And I feel like Turning Point USA is like, they're full blast. They're not just in the colleges. Now they're all in the high schools. Oh, I'm still styling. Thank you, Kamisha. But now they're in the high school. So I'm thinking in 2026, like this is a lane for us, because the DNC isn't really doing anything to counteract conservative voices being like indoctrinating children. And I personally don't think we would be doing it to try to indoctrinate them. It'd be more like a thought process. You know what I'm saying? So I think maybe we could talk more about there's a HBCU right up the street. Maybe I can go up there and just be like, hey, do you want to talk about the difference between capitalism, socialism, communism? How do you feel what our way forward would look like? Like, how do you feel like what's been happening for you and your family so far, and what can be done to improve it, things like that. I did want to talk about, I well, Michael and I have been talking about not just doing our show on Thursday, but having an open discussion like you're doing now, Morpheus, where we just let people come on and be heard and learn different points of view and really discuss it. So we're thinking about that in 2026 to bring on more of that type of content in our podcast. Now, as far as mutual aid, I do mutual aid. Michael knows this, but it's with kids, so I can't show their faces. I can't really talk about it because that's
understood
an infraction on their parents and stuff like that. But I do a lot of mutual aid with children. But unfortunately, because it's children, I can't be political. It's more about being supportive, trying to help them build confidence, trying to make sure they understand what emotional intelligence means and they can grasp that for themselves, and to have freedom of thought.
Abby, if I can give some advice on that, what I would say that could actually help with that is if you created even just some kind of foundation, that way it can give an avenue for other people that would love to help you do that and help with that more, could actually help propel more of what you're doing there, because they don't have to see the kids or know. But I think if more people like were aware that they had a way to help you, I'm pretty sure people will.
We actually do.
Oh yeah, then never mind. Let me shut my mouth then.
No, it's fine, because we're trying to. So we have a company where we'll go into high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, anybody who needs help with IEPs, 504s, or whatever, to make sure their children have the support that they need within the school. Because my partner, Black Life, she has a master's in special ed and leadership, and she's done IEPs like her whole. Yeah, shout out to Black Life. So if you can pay us, we'll take your money. But if you cannot afford to, we'll do it pro bono. So we have that going on, and then we also
have you signed up for any grants? They do have grants for you.
So this is different, because that is so then we have a nonprofit that we just are trying to start, where there's like a sports aspect to it, because we feel like in schools, people who are in sports are the people that are most influential to their peers, because they look up to them. So if you make sure they have leadership skills inside of them, then they will basically lead the entire school on the behavior and what the school should look like on a day-to-day basis. So we focus on.
Would you be willing to add a STEM aspect to that?
I'm not saying no. I'm just saying, like, we're so small that I don't know if we have the capacity.
I understand it. Yeah.
But absolutely, and actually, I wouldn't even want to enter STEM. I'd want to enter STEAM, because arts is just as important as the other ones, right?
Yeah.
So
I agree.
so yeah, I would absolutely want to do that. But right now, we're like starting with sports leadership, so we can let the sports teams of the school set the pace for what the behavior should look like in the school.
That's where.
So that's our mutual aid right now, that we're trying to build up for 2026.
But
and I think that's all I have on this little piece.
No, I like that. That's impressive, and I like to hear more stuff like that, because I'm telling you, like for instance, I didn't know you had any of that going on, and listening to you talk, Abby, and listening to some of the questions which Yonina brought up, I'm impressed, because that's areas that I'm still learning about. I don't know a lot about some of those different avenues. Just like when I talk about the foreign policy, foreign policy is more my lane, because I've been overseas, I've been to these countries, I've been on the ground, I've worked military, I've worked with major weapons, and I know, the avenues of history and all of these other like geopolitics things, and so that's more my lane. And I feel like I'm not as capable. And I would say what, electoral politics. Well, even though I do have some background and experience on electoral politics, I feel my lane and my experience, especially being, a member of Iraq and Afghanistan veterans and vote vets, and being very political on that front, seeing and having an emotional tie to geopolitics. I think that's my lane. So not that I don't feel people are knowledgeable on multiple different things and can't do multiple different things. I think it's important that we all are multifaceted. It's just that I think in a time like right now, it's important for people to really dig in and on the things where you can make some movement, especially how hard it is to make change. I just think in 2026, it's important for people to start honing in.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah. Oh,
I was
sorry,
thinking
go
of.
ahead.
I was just gonna say about doing like the mutual aid kind of thing. I feel like it kind of gets to a point where we need people to be able to do that like full time, and we treat it like it's not like a job. But if we got people who aren't having to spend all their time trying to look for a job or working at some shitty job that they want to quit anyway, whatever, like we have to kind of stop treating people like they're grifters when they're asking for support because they are not able to look for a job because they've decided to commit full time to mutual aid, right?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things where I always give a shout out to Black. Why come I can't think of their name right now? I'm blanking on it. Shout out to Nick and Sabby and all them over there.
Revolutionary Blackout.
Revolutionary Blackout. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know. Mine is foggy today, but that's something that, especially seeing some of the stuff that Rome has done over the years, even before, they were Revolutionary Blackout. That's just, that's why I say people have their lanes.
I asked him to mentor me, but I didn't get a word back.
We could probably try again with them one day. I think we should be able to mend the bridge with them, unless they're just not who they say they are. Like,
I mean,
let's not get into it. Let's not get into it.
Yeah, I have an avenue in, and because I'm cool with Sabby and JB definitely, and I can definitely holler at them.
JB's been on our show before.
Oh well. I don't know. Maybe just another, because I know JB has definitely gotten bigger, and their channel has grown, so he could be just getting a whole lot of stuff, and it's just emails getting lost in the stack. I understand how that could be.
Yeah, through a lot though. They had their channel like taken down, and Nick is more on his like personal channel. I think they got their channel back and stuff, but. Rome got arrested and stuff, so they was just like CJ left, so they've kind of had their
they could have just had a lot of personal stuff going on,
right? And that's just the personal stuff that is more political than we know about their real personal stuff. So you got to take that into account too.
Yeah,
because people still have lives, families and shit going on in their own personal family life and stuff.
That's why I say
it's a hard road.
That's why I say you never know what it is. I especially at this stage of the game and doing this whole political commentary stuff and knowing more of these people outside of like talking to them off camera and stuff like that, and knowing like personal stuff that goes on with everybody. I understand that there's a lot of things that people don't always know that's going on with people. And, so I myself know how much, like, just in general, just how much stuff like that I'm trying to observe to always kind of be able to talk about any subject on the fly. I'm bombarded with stuff. I mean, my email for my Yahoo email alone, I probably have easily over 100,000 unread emails. Some of that is just junk mail, but some of that is, from just, and then all the different notifications I have constantly of stuff I'm trying to keep up with. And it gets sometimes a little overwhelming, and so it can very easily, you have this email come in, junk. But in the middle of that was somebody that you do keep in touch with, and you just missed it. And so sometimes we'll take it personal, but sometimes that's not what the case is.
May I speak on that a
Sure,
little bit?
sure.
Well, first of all, Nina, you're a cat person. I'm a cat mom too. Well, my cat passed away, but I love cats.
Oh,
I can't have one because my mom can't stand cats, and I'm here taking care of her. So it's a void in my life. But Morpheus, like, I just want to touch back on what I was saying about like 226 goals. I sort of feel like when I was talking about TP USA and how they are like going headstrong on the college campuses and on the high school campuses. Yep. Of course, they have way more money than we'll ever have. So the high school, we can't even touch that. But the college thing, I think people could volunteer to just go sit down and talk to people. And I'm just wondering, when I look at the leftist podcast, I still see a really a division that I don't think can be mended in such a way, because some of the leftists or people who claim to be leftists are still propping up white supremacist podcasters in a way, and I'm just trying to figure out how am I, not we, I'll speak for myself, how am I supposed to align? Because I'm listening to you and I agree with, a lot of stuff you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you get to you just want to partner with me on these things, and then after that, you're going to cast me aside because I'm not your color preference. I'm not your gender preference. So in the end, I'm going to get used and then thrown to the side once you get everything that you need to get out of me. And I'm not with that.
I know how you feel. I mean, I've had people bring me on to talk about the Black perspective on this or the Black perspective on that. And I'm like, I can talk on that, but that's not, I mean, my expertise is over here. Ask me about this stuff. And you bring on this other person to talk about X, and I'm 10 times smarter than them on that issue, but you bring me on for the Black topic. And I know what you mean. This is what I would say. I mean, this is where I feel like some communications behind the scenes need to happen more, because this is one thing when you brought up TPUSA, this is one thing that I know for a fact that the right does that makes them more effective, even though they have a shittier message overall. Their message isn't good. Their policies aren't good. It's their rollout, their coordination is what trumps us all the time. And they're willing to put aside this and that or whatever to accomplish just beating the left.
They're willing to align themselves with each other, even if they don't agree with each other, just for the sole purpose of destroying their enemy.
Exactly.
And then after that, then they'll start sparring.
Well, because
now,
you see it right now. You see it right now with how they're all fighting each other because they're not on the same page. But what happens is, and I've told this story a couple of times, and I guess I'll tell it again so you know. I remember my ex-wife. I met her father once, and granted, this ex-wife, this is years and years ago, but he said, "Man, if I can get you to drop this leftist mentality stuff and come over to the right, I can have you plugged into the network. I can have you over here, over there. You'll be doing interviews, and then within
was your ex-wife white?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That
explains it all.
He was a politician in New York, and he was kind of like not the guy in front of things, but kind of sat in the background. And so he had contacts with all of these different people. And that's the reason why you have Chris Rufo, who comes out of nowhere. That's the reason why. I mean, all of these different right-wing people, how they just pop up and all of a sudden they're everywhere. All of a sudden,
He thought you were
I don't
well
even know who
spoken.
Chris
He
Rufo
thought
is.
you were well spoken, and you could be the raccoon for our community. Basically,
yeah,
is what you're
and-
saying to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And
You
he's
could be
like,
an Officer
I can
Tatum
throw.
before Officer Tatum was Officer
Oh,
Tatum.
I would have been. This would have been back in 2007, 2008. I would have been, if I would have took the route that he wanted me to go. Granted, I would have had to completely sell out everything, but I would have been the Officer Tatum. I would have been whoever. I would have been the Candace Owens.
Marcus, you remember Van Jones was like a black activist.
Yeah.
And they picked him out of obscurity.
Yep. And but I couldn't do it though. I mean, his is not as egregious as the Candace Owens, I feel.
Yeah,
because he still tries to do the I'm for black people, but he just excuses the damage to us. Candace Owens, on the other hand,
the Palestinian babies for me.
Points at she goes after us and attacks us. So both of them are bad, but I feel like she's worse because she's the one who's like, you know, we're running away and trying to get free, and she's like, no, there they are over there. You know,
Well,
she's
you know her
helping,
latest.
she's helping
her-
the lynching and how I see her.
You know her latest grift, right? Because
yeah.
she thought she was going to get in the cabinet and all this stuff, and now she's okay. I appreciate the work she's doing about anti-Zionism or whatever, but then she had this podcast where she was like, "Oh, black people, you need to understand that the Jews were the ones who had the slave ships, and your problem isn't with white people, it's with Jews." And I'm like, Jews are white people, girl. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, they try to play this game.
Like, Jew is it's not a nationality. It's a religion. It's not.
Oh, Jesus.
They still white people. Girl, get out my
Jesus,
face.
These Chris on the motorbike.
Well, if you notice
this
what
evening.
she's been doing, and she's been even sneakier with it lately. She's been kind of going on that route, but what she's been doing after the whole Erica Kirk sit down and all that, now she's even softened some of the stuff she was saying about the whole Charlie Kirk stuff. She's softening and she's molding because she's trying to triangulate the best way to continue her grift.
Can I say this about Erica Kirk? Erica Kirk is a dangerous woman. She's a very dangerous woman with very, very deep ties. She has Jewish in her too, by the way. We don't know what happened to those children in that Romanian orphanage that she opened up, that they just up and died and nobody knew why. Okay. She's been in it. She's been in the whip for a minute with the Trump Miss USA thing, Miss Universe thing, all that. Erica and Charlie being married was an arranged marriage. That wasn't they just got together and got married. Okay, that's why she got her ex-boyfriend before Charlie Kirk. Before she got with Charlie Kirk, she was with a dude. She left that dude to get with Charlie Kirk, and they got married not too long after that. Now the Caban or whatever his name is, her ex-dude
You're
is
talking about his name is Cabot.
Cabot. Yeah, he's in
I don't know. Hey, I don't know. So let me know. I don't know about none of this stuff. I haven't been looking at it. So yeah, spill all the tea.
Look, we women been in the whip. Okay, we watch these dangerous females.
I've been lurking.
We know we gotta watch them. Okay. So,
I'm taking my eye off of Erica Kirk there, but I've been hearing a little bit. Like I heard some of what you were saying about the Romanian kids, but I didn't look into it. But she's got
y'all way behind. Y'all way behind. She was
for her
on reality.
background. For people to say that she's like, there's no harm, like she's not a dangerous person. No way.
No.
Right.
Y'all way behind. She's very dangerous.
That's the whole thing. Candace changed her tone. That's the reason why Candace said, "No, you have to come here. I ain't coming to you." Because Candace knows how dangerous Erica Kirk actually is.
I think Candace is dangerous too. I don't trust her one bit.
Exactly.
I'm not saying no. I'm not even saying that. I understand, but Erica Kirk is more dangerous than Candace.
Okay.
See, I just kind of come from the lens of, without knowing anything, without knowing too much. I mean, I hear stuff here and there, but just looking at her speak, I just don't trust a word that comes out of her mouth. I feel like she's hiding things. She's lying. Even before I was hearing any leaks of anything, I just didn't buy it. And also just seeing how her reaction after her husband was killed, and just behaviors, and I don't know. To me, just a lot just wasn't looking right.
Who comes out to fucking fireworks after their spouse dies? I'm sorry. You know, who does that? My husband died. He was the best person ever. He was assassinated, and I love him so much. Look at the fireworks. The fireworks are for you, Charlie. I can't, y'all. I can't.
I do feel like we could critique her on more than the fire. Like the fireworks was fucked up, but I feel like there's so much more to critique her on. That
You talking
the
about that
fireworks don't
hug
even
with
matter.
you talking about the hug with JD Vance?
I'm talking
Everybody's
about
talking about
everything.
that hug.
Yeah,
Everybody's
about
talking
good
about
point.
everything.
Right now,
Right?
the parents of Charlie Kirk are fighting her for custody. Nobody knows about that. She's fighting. They're fighting her for the custody of their son's
My first
children.
time hearing it.
Well, because
Yes.
what I'm saying, I critique her on more than anything is, kind of a little private hobby of mine. For many years, I used to study into micro expressions, and I don't. A lot of times when she's on, I don't even listen to what she's saying. I turn the volume off and pay attention to her microaggressions, and pay attention to her facial structures and the way she reacts to things. And
Ooh.
then I go back and then I turn the volume
Turn
on.
the
And
volume
it's
on.
mind-boggling to me that what she's saying with her face does not match what she's saying with her mouth.
So
At all.
so Morpheus, you know how so you watch a movie and usually it's like classical music behind the movie that is eluding a feeling out of you, like the decrescendo and the crescendo and stuff like that. So her expressions, like when you turn the volume on and then you see what she's doing, like she holds her head down, she lifts it up at the right moment. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
very dramatic, almost
it's
as if
very exactly. It doesn't look real.
it looks very choreographed.
Very choreographed.
And what
Not
I see
artistic at all.
often, I see most of the time she almost has a scowl, like like anger, like rage that she's hiding. Now, some people can say, "Oh, it's because like she's a grieving widow and she's upset that she has to even do any of this stuff." But
she didn't have to do it.
But
He wanted her to stay home and take care of the kids.
No, I'm talking about
Why?
I'm talking about just the interviews in general. But what throws me off is there'll be somebody saying, "My condolence to you, Erica Kirk. Oh, I'm so sorry for what you're going through." She even looks pissed off with them giving her condolences. And so I'm like,
I told y'all that was an arranged marriage.
what
She
the
don't think
hell?
she wanted to even be with him.
It gives
Look.
just paying attention for me. What I get from reading that, it shows a woman who is definitely, in my opinion only, hiding stuff and very upset and angry to even be talked to or questioned.
So Morpheus, what did Kanye say? He said, anytime you get to a certain level, they're going to give you a handler. Every entertainer, every politician has a handler. Whether they have to marry them or they're their trainer or they're like someone, you know, like very close to them in their inner circle, they always have a handler. Anybody want to say something about that?
I mean, one of the biggest ones right now that we're seeing is Kash Patel. His
So
situation
is.
is
Y'all
horrible.
saw that? Wait, his eyes in that photo. I don't know what she told him before he got up there and took that picture, but you talking about you could see all his eyeballs. Like, what did you just come? Did they just MK Ultra you? Did you just get electroconvulsed therapy? What happened to you?
He
Why
looks
are your
like
eyeballs like that?
he looks like he's permanently shocked every moment of the day.
Nina, is it MK Ultra or is it like oh, I'm so close to the mic. I'm sorry. I'm the video.
You fine?
Damn.
You good?
I scared myself. Shit. Or like I've seen Marco Rubio look coked out of his mind during press conferences. Have y'all seen that? Him, Donald Trump Jr., Hunter Biden. It's like we are being led by a bunch of coked out psychopaths.
Or alcoholics.
Or alcoholics.
Yes.
Because Hexef is drunk plenty of the time. Jean Carroll, I believe she's drunk half the time. You definitely know Pelosi's drunk half the time.
Yes.
I mean, I think Kamala. I think Kamala's drunk a lot of times.
A lot of times too.
So I think most of these people have some kind of substance abuse problems. Even if it's not that,
they know
it's
what
some
they're
kind of other
doing to
meds.
people.
It's some kind of other meds that they're on.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
they could be
we've seen
SSRIs.
Elon
on ketamine. But look,
Stevie Wonder, somebody put a piano in front of him so he could go. Ah!
But didn't Kanye say, okay, once I stopped taking their meds, I felt better? Like they were giving him psychotic drugs, he said.
SSRIs.
You do know about that trainer that they put around him, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about.
Guy's background and everything that he was in. Yeah.
Did y'all see the messages that he shared, that he put out there with the trainer saying that
he can make him go to sleepy time for good?
Yeah.
That's the reason why I think Kanye's made this turnaround to go apologize and everything. He's been on this apology tour.
Because the trainer's a Jew too.
I wasn't gonna go there. I wasn't gonna say all that.
I mean, apple juice.
Hold on. Let's let Morpheus channel stay on.
I was talking about apple
YouTube.
juice. I love apple juice. Apple juice is so good, yo.
And I look at it like this, because some of the people who are involved in this aren't necessarily of that same, ilk through bloodlines, air quotes, but by just complicity. Some people are they're in there by either money, they're in there by corruption, they're in there by I caught you doing this. I mean, like I brought up about the Epstein thing last week. I said it's kind of interesting to me. Everybody always talks about the plane and the island that's outside of American jurisdiction, but they don't talk about the place in Cleveland or Zorro Ranch or any of these places within the continental United States.
New York.
They don't want to mention these places because those all fall up under American jurisdiction. So if there's something going on, you have to go after these people.
And I can't fully agree with you about the bloodline thing because I know the hierarchy of the pyramid that they work under.
Can I interrupt for one moment?
Yes.
I want to just because my phone is about to die, so I'm gonna jump on from my computer. So let me on, okay? Okay. Thank you. Bye.
See you later.
I'm saying that, like for instance, how many people don't know about that? Many of our politicians in America, in particular, and other places around the world, how many of them tie back to like Vlad the Impaler and stuff? It's like, how are these people all freaking related?
Even entertainers.
Well, yeah.
Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie were cousins, like 12 times removed.
And this is one thing which has always been interesting. Well, you understand Hollywood, you understand some of this stuff, but this is one thing that I said that is interesting. if you look at our politics, especially in the United States, how many of the politicians which have some kind of ancestry from Germany and Russia? It's
And Ukraine.
Germany, Russia, Ukraine.
A lot of them.
It's a heavy amount of our politicians who hail from those lands, and it's kind of ironic.
Say, "Oh, it's the UK, it's England." No, it's more towards the former USSR.
Yeah, but even if you go back to World War One, who were the people who were at the tops of these nations? They were all cousins.
Yeah.
They're all cousins fighting each other. So this is been a family feud that's been going on that they're forcing nations of people to have to fight in.
Yes.
And this is through the different operations of people leaving after World War I, World War II, and before and after. I mean, it's a reason why
a lot of people changed their name too.
Well, it's a reason why
their surname.
Like you ever wonder why Mexican music and a lot of different music in I would say Central America uses the accordion.
Mm-hmm.
How did all these people jump to that part of the country all of a sudden? How did they jump over to Central America? What is that about? Why do they have this German influence all of a sudden? The same thing with Argentina, how they had that push of trying to push out a lot of their Afro Latinos. Mm-hmm. And I won't say a push to try. It was success in many cases.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's a lot that if people really want to dig into and look, they can be able to see. I mean, and one thing I want to say, because I don't think people, when they start thinking about foreign policy, they think it's complex and it's very different than what's going on here. I'll simplify it. A lot of it still boils down to racial issues. If you go back to you go to Cuba, for instance, and you look at Castro, and you look at what was going on in that, and Che Guevara. Che Guevara and Castro represented the black and brown Cubanos. Batista represented the whiter Cubanos. And it was always this race kind of dichotomy. And they were taking care of the people that I would say that probably descended more from Spaniards and the conquistadors. And that's the same dynamic which you had. You think about, like, in entertainment, Zorro. Zorro is representing the brown indigenous people fighting against the conquistadors and the remnants of Spanish colonialists. That's always what it, and this, you've seen this dichotomy all throughout Central and South America. It's the same thing. Now, the governments might have been different the way they're set up, but that's been the same argument. And so when you had all of those Cubanos, those white passing Cubanos who flooded into South Florida, those are the people who already. So if people want to understand why so many Cubans come in and they're racist, they go back to very racist people who were already racist, who've been
very
racist. And you have that dichotomy between. I look at it as the difference of the Batista Cubanos, and you have the Che Guevara and Castro Cubanos, and you have that dynamic all the way throughout most of Latin America.
Well, I'll give you one right now. I got so y'all know I got a sibling from the foster home who is trans, right? And so I was talking to him the other day, and he was telling me that about his last name, and that their last name was Von Stiegel, something like that. And when they were black, they were black nobility. They had to leave their lands in Germany, and her dad's dad. So this was her grandfather, or her, actually no, it's her dad's dad's dad. So it's her great grandfather. In the 1800s, they had to leave Germany and come here. They had to leave all their lands in Germany and come here because they were being hunted down. and this is black people in Germany who had castles and stuff, and they dropped the von and they dropped the letter in their name, so it's just Stiegler now. But when you look up von Stiegler, it's a whole castle that pop up, like on the Google when you do the search and stuff. So there's that aspect too that a lot of people don't talk about.
You're talking about a lot of them with dual citizenship change their name.
No, this is different. Her great grandfather from Germany. They're black.
Royals, a lot of the, even if they're black royals, the royals like to kind of change their names. Like,
yeah. Well, they did it for protection,
or a transliteration of their names. Like for instance,
they did it for protection.
Like
it was
for
for
instance,
protection. They were being hunted down.
I was gonna say, for instance, like even the Kennedys, which were a minor royal family, come from the O'Canade-Fionn family.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll say a lot of these people, as they moved out of Europe, changed their names, modified their names in certain ways, so that they don't necessarily tie back to the houses and families they were. Because many of them, what they did when they fled, well, think about it. If you take any of the so-called elites, the people who control things, and everybody knew exactly who they were and knew all the crimes they did, and they fled to a new land where they didn't have that protection around them, how many people would be after them instantly if they uncovered who exactly these people were around them? And so that's what happened with a lot of these royal families. I mean, you go into the Bush family, and the Bush family go back to families in Europe. I want to say the Bush family is an offshoot of what the Bundy family, and the Bundy were high in the Catholic Church and stuff like that.
Part of the 13 families, yeah.
Yeah, and so you start tying into these families and who the hell they actually are. Like, for instance, Reynolds. Reynolds blows my mind because Reynolds is a huge empire in America. Like Reynolds Wrap, the same people who own Reynolds Wrap, his uncle is the one who owns most of the tobacco in the Western world. Like,
there's somebody who escaped
and all
that
that
family
stuff.
named Nathan Reynolds. Look him
Well,
up.
yeah. And then they've spread from that into most of the legalized cannabis that's in. And so that
don't tell me that.
This is some of the analysis. I think this is some of the analysis that's kind of missing from the communist theories. Although I think the communist theory kind of will sort of be congruent with some of it and validate, like, this is what happens when families get the material benefits from being in power. It's logical, like it does flow with the Marxist kind of ideas, but I think it's part of maybe what they're not, like, part of what's holding us back from advancing, like, socialism with the making more popular and stuff, is we're not understanding, like, the amount of influence that these particular families have, and because we're naive to something,
we don't understand that they're in the CIA and they look for people who are trying to tear them down and trying to.
I'll ask you this: who came across with the socialist and communist, basically theories?
Who came across those
theories? Who came up with these theories?
Came up with them, right? This is there's like a conspiracy theory that Marx is a Freemason, right? And a whole bunch of them, right? So
I'm just saying,
people who look into some of the theory, they figure out. Like, I found some online stuff like Trotsky wrote about the Freemasons and stuff, and how they're basically like agents of the capitalists and stuff. But I wonder if they kind of miss some of, like, the cultish, like how,
and
I'm not true that sorry.
Here, I'll say this one thing, and I'll give it to you, Abby. I'm not saying that there aren't good principles that you can take from this and implement, but I'm saying, who is the person who's controlling this, because they're trying to put this out to funnel people a certain direction sometimes. And so you can take somebody's idea and say, I'm gonna do this with it instead. Yes, you can, but just try to pay attention that somebody's not trying to sheep herd you into something else. But sorry, go ahead, Ed.
Well, I wanted to so I've read some stuff about like Marxism, how the ideals of Marxism were it was him observing African culture and then brought it to Europe. Like the history of Marxism. If anybody wants to speak on that, I don't know.
Yeah,
we should talk about one day about. Were you saying the African influence on Marx and stuff, and people kind of doubt that? Yeah, there's definitely a whole conversation there that has not been happening. Should happen.
One of the things he witnessed was called from South Africa was called Ubuntu, and Ubuntu means we all make it there together.
Ubuntu, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So that's one of the main tenets that Marxism stems from.
Ashe.
Because the main thing about Marxism is a critique on capitalism. If that's the government that you're used to, and you don't really know of any other governments, because most European governments at that time were either monarchies, feudalism, or some form of capitalism, what other what other systems are you understanding from? And so looking in tribal regions in mainly Africa, he started to see, wait a minute, they do things over here like this. And that's what led to his criticism of capitalism in general.
Exactly.
Because of him saying, well, wait a minute, they find a way somehow to take care of all their people. They find a way to not have poverty. It also limits crime. And so he was observing all these things because...
And he brought it to the Europeans, yes. Mm-hmm.
And that's what made Europe going to Africa so hard how they did.
Right? Well, most of these theories get co-opted into being white European theories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why, but that they had to go in there to Africa to break up that communal love and that communal and societal communism, because it was messing up how they ran stuff and how they wanted stuff to stay. When I say they, I mean the rich aristocracy and the ones at the top. When they heard about what Marx was talking about, they was like, "Oh no, we gotta go colonize these people." Real hard.
And have I guess the term I've been hearing people say, antiseptic. Haven't you heard people say that Marx was antiseptic, even though he still is a part of the 48ers himself?
Sure. I feel like that's in the self-hating Jew category because
exactly that's what they called him.
Right.
And what it is he was just observing who owned certain things.
He's an anti-Semite.
Mm-hmm. He observed who was owning things and who were causing some of these issues, and how a small percentage of his own people were causing so much havoc on so many people. And what he observed is, wait a minute, there is another way to do things. And as they started to see that there was another way to do things, and it goes to more of a communal mindset, like for a while I called myself an Epicureanist. And that goes into Epicurean.
What is that?
Basically, people.
No,
well, go ahead. Go ahead, Yamina. You want to?
I'm not supposed to know everything.
No, I didn't bring it up. In my mind, I was thinking about this.
It's okay. It's okay if I don't know it.
You go ahead.
No, Epicureanism is, I would consider, more of a pure form of communism into a very small, close-knit network, because the belief of people who believe in Epicureanism believe that once you scale up communism, eventually you're going to have separations where certain people in leadership are going to have different levels of wealth or success, and they're going to have to be excluded and treated different than everybody within communism. Because how are you going to have a world leader who is not, he's going to need private jets and all that to get around to all these places. He's going to need private chefs and all that because food can possibly be poisoned. He's going to need to be treated differently. And so not only a president, but you're going to need whole cabinets of people. And eventually you start to break away from that equality, which communism tries to achieve. The only way you truly have that is on a very small communal level, almost like a tribe. And
Marcus,
yes,
I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
There's a comment about Wesley. I just thought you would want to share.
Sure. Leslie said, let me back up. Oh yeah, this one right here. He said,
That
"Yeah,
one
this
right
show's
there.
a real banger to end the year. Great job." Thank you. Well,
Thank you, Wesley.
and you never know how these things come together. That's why I say always hop in and watch. You never know how this is going to go. And
Speaking of which, my phone is losing its battery, and so are these headphones. So I want to real quick go into what I think we should be focused on and watching next year, and it's a few things. So
yes, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know if you all know this, but in Italy there were this past week 819,000 people with the flu. So there is a particularly virulent strain of flu going around. Take your vitamin C, take your vitamin D3,
Elderberry.
good grams. Get your rest,
Kit
drink
Cabello
your water.
vitamin or for the flu just recently. Where Hardlands Media
Yeah.
guy. Yeah. So I guess there's
Yeah.
a bad flu this year.
Yeah, I know,
It's
kid.
very bad. 819,000 people with the flu. That's astronomical, and that's in one country. That's not the only place. There was in Bangkok. There's 50,000 people with the flu. So it's cropping up everywhere. It's hitting a lot of children, but it's also hitting adults. So watch out for that.
Yeah, I see it. I see the news right here. Yeah. Ooh.
So look, watch out for that. This is the year. The horse. That means this is the year to watch out for pathogens. This Chinese year, the fire horse. Fire horse gonna bring some pathogens with it.
Yeah,
So
and
I'm the
hold on.
pathogen lady. I'm reading books. I'm reading this book. I'm reading the Lab 257. I'm reading the Dr. Mary's Monkey. Get into your natural cures because the doctors won't really know what to do for you. Look, I'm telling you, it's gonna be bad. Your horse. Yes, okay, Uncle. Yes, Uncle Ward. All the whores are gonna come and run.
I love the
and come to your
comedians in the
stable.
chat.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna be
That's
in
why-
his stable. If
Yeah,
y'all want
Abby,
the
I
whores.
don't know if you've collabed with Warren, but you definitely need to.
We were
He's
kind
hilarious.
of getting
We've talked.
potentially
Yeah.
getting into it, and then
Him
there's some
and
drama.
Lady-
with Hardlands Media.
We've lost some viewers because we didn't throw extra bullet to the wolves, so some people left, but that's okay.
That's fine.
Throw him to the wolves about
I don't
what?
know
What has
anything
he
about
done?
that.
About the Chicago corner issue.
I don't know anything
that,
about
Oh,
that.
they're not
Let's
allowed-
not get into it. Let's not get into it. I don't want to
Yeah,
get
that's
into
why I
it.
say we're not allowed to speak on it.
But
If
Yonina,
it's not
what
out
I
of his
want to
way,
say before your
say he's not
battery
a communist.
dies, what
Sorry,
I
go
want to
ahead.
say before your battery dies is, I would love to see you back on the.
I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
I'm gonna come back.
We miss you.
Cause see, this phone, it's a S10. I'm trying to get an S22. This phone needs to retire. It's done its job. It's done had it 5 years. It's 5 years overdue. So because the poor battery on this phone, it just needs a retirement. But I'm working on it. I'm gonna give you a new phone so I can come on and be on longer and be with y'all and with my people. Another thing I want to bring attention to is the data centers. We gotta pay attention to those because they're cropping them up while they're misdirecting our energy and our attention on topics that really matter. Okay, so it's definitely a valid misdirection, but it's still a misdirection still. So while we're doing all this, they're building up these data centers everywhere. Look in your states and find out how many flock cameras and how many data centers there are. Auntie Lainey Peterson, y'all need to get with her too. She moved to Arkansas not too long ago, and I looked her state up, and it's doing pretty good but that's also the place where the home of Walmart. So, so it's just but she doesn't have that many data centers and the flock cameras there, the AI flock cameras. So make sure y'all stay on top of that. We have to stay on top of that this year. If you have them come into your area, y'all need to make an alert bulletin just specifically for that, to say, hey, people. And I think we should start now instead of just waiting until,
Yo,
because
Nina, can I respond to that real quick? Because there have been some cities who said that they didn't even know the data centers were coming. Like, they came in secret. Like, they didn't even have.
That's what I said. Mm-hmm.
They
That's
had
why
no
I said you got to be on the
idea.
lookout.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're doing it underhanded. They're doing
Mm-hmm.
it with the money changing hands before it even comes to council, before the people can even say if they want it there or not, because they know people are going to say, hell no, we ain't going, because you're going to eat up all our resources, and then we have to pay extra for our bills too. So we paying for the damn data center. Our water bills are going to go up. Our energy bills are going to go up. Hell no.
They're not economically viable at all. There's no way they're going to make money with them. I don't know how these investors are going to get paid, whatever, but this is a good example of the whole capitalists really going against their own ideology. The data centers are like a national security concern at this point. They need them for competition with China and stuff. So it doesn't matter how much they cost. They don't have to be profitable. They need them that badly. So it's a great topic we should be focused on.
Very much so.
Yeah. And Morpheus, can I ask you this about that? Okay.
Sure.
Now I'm going all the way left to come back to what we were talking about. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how NFL owners, when they build a new facility, they subsidize. They get subsidies from taxpayer dollars to build that facility, and then turn around and charge you tickets to come watch their football games, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, most of the time, yeah.
Okay.
They're arguing about
so this is almost kind of like the same kind of concept, where it's just like socialism is for corporatists and capitalism is for the working people. It happens over and over and over again. And I don't even know how we combat this. Like Extra Bullets talking about, like Walmart, yeah. Like socialism is for corporations. Capitalism and rugged individualism is for the people.
I think we need to be careful there, though, because that's like the intentional capitalist like manipulation of socialism. That's what they want it to turn it into. That's how they want people to perceive it. And we need, as the working class, and as sending messages to fellow working class, we need to get people to not get it twisted, that that's not really what socialism is supposed to be about. That's what, if people get cynical and they give up and they say that is what socialism, communism is, then you get anti-communist people who think they understand what communism is and they don't have a clue. So
I see what you're saying. You're saying that like, even though that is like the reality, we need to be able to voice our opinions to make people understand that even though that's the reality in the system, that's not what socialism means as a whole.
It is that reality because that's what the bourgeoisie have decided to do as their playbook, you know.
Well, and we got to make sure that we don't also use capitalism and socialism interchangeably. They are, they definitely have their differences. And that's one of the things which I used to argue with people all the time about, because I remember I used to try to, discern all of these different topics, and I would argue with people all the time, because when you talk to somebody outside of the United States, it's a lot more clear. There's less blurred lines between what is what. A lot of Americans think any form of authoritarianism is socialism, communism.
They don't have any understanding of fascism, apparently, because they just think fascism is communism, right?
Yeah, they just blur any kind of authoritarianism into, socialism, communism. It's all the same thing to them. They don't really know the difference between any of these things, and I do blame that on civics in this country. But also, I would say that even from some people on the left, they don't understand that even capitalism has its differences in capitalism also. It's not just one form of capitalism. Now, the capitalism that we operate in America in particular is laissez-faire capitalism, which is unregulated capitalism. It's like having boxing but not having weight classes. And you got heavyweights fighting featherweights. Therein lies a problem, because if you think even in a barter and trade system, that is a form of capitalism. Because you're taking this one thing and trading that for whatever, and equaling a value system on certain things. And so it's very similar. But where the capitalism we're mostly talking about is this unregulated. Now, that's the reason why I would prefer small tribal, but I keep in mind also we live in a big world. And if you try to run a government a certain way, you're going to have outside influences that are going to affect your country also. So if you did break into all these million small pieces, you have the ability for somebody who thinks differently, who is going to come, as this big power entity, to come and take over your smaller entity. That's what you had with the Pinkertons and stuff like that back in the day. You had one rich guy would pay some people to go and like take over the small town and things. And so those are all those things you have to factor in. It's kind of interesting, all the topics that were brought up, because it leads into what I want to say, going and worrying about and paying attention to 2026. Like when Abby brought up about the whole sports team thing, it's kind of an interesting topic because I'm a Chiefs fan, and Kansas City is now moved from, I know Yonina, are moving in 2031 from Kansas City, Missouri to Kansas City, Kansas. Now, I know some people are like, I didn't even know that there was a difference. I thought they were always in Kansas. It's basically, depending on where they move it, we're talking about a difference of maybe anywhere from 15 miles to about 30-mile difference. And where I grew up was like, literally, I could see the Missouri skyline, if I go like 5 minutes this direction. It's right there, that close. And like my grandparents, well, a lot of my family worked at KU Medical Center that sits right there on State Line Road, where you wouldn't even realize that you're crossing the state line. Well, how they're doing it there, they're doing it with this thing called Star Bonds. And Star Bonds is basically they're using bonds instead. And they're allowing private corporations to buy into those bonds. And so basically private corporations, they've almost opened it up like public trading. And so a bunch of private corporations are buying basically stocks in the corporation, and they're weighing on economic development to pay for those bonds. And so it's allowing for taxes to not go up or change at all. And none of the taxes will go towards it. And they've even set up where money that's going into the team it won't go back to the team. It'll be set aside for renovations later on. So instead of running into the problem, which most teams run into, wanting a sales tax every 10, 15 years or so to do stadium repairs, they're already building theirs into the system by getting private investment. I mean, it's kind of genius way to kind of manipulate the system through this capitalist system.
Genius, but criminal, right? That's the problem.
Well, but it's not affecting any of the actual people.
I was laughing when he said genius. Genius.
It's none of the citizens are having to pay a dime extra, and it actually will turn into an economic boom, because as businesses move in, there will be more opportunity for jobs and things like that. And they've been doing this for years and years and years. What's kind of a little criminal is what they did to get the Speedway in there. They used those Star Bonds, but they also did a 50-year tax abatement. So the Speedway doesn't pay taxes for 50 years. And now I think they're down to what, about 30 years before they start paying taxes. Once they do start,
they can just make the rules whatever they really want them to be when it comes down.
Yeah, they really can.
They could extend that if they want to. It don't even matter.
which more than likely they
Because
make
who
enough.
knows?
But how it's set up, once that abatement goes away, mill levy taxes will drop in that area. And so because how it works is Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, is size-wise is so small for the amount of economic impact that's coming in. So even if they're getting a small amount of taxes off of those governments, it's going to kick back into the local government in ways where it's going to just fuel rapid development. Now, I know a lot of people they would prefer another system or just not have teams at all, but that's the problem which the Missouri side did, especially. Perfect example, I'll take the opposite with the St. Louis Rams. The St. Louis Rams built their stadium, and they constantly had to do all these repairs and upgrades, and it continued to more and more taxes and taxes and taxes, with higher ticket prices, higher vendor prices, and also it affected the traffic by it being in a very poor area. And so it never delivered on any kind of economic impact. Now, if you see certain cities which do have a Super Bowl, have a team where they're able to host the Super Bowl, it does a lot of times generate and help towards local economy. Like some don't use it, some don't utilize it properly, some do. It all depends on your local government and how corrupt they are. And perfect example is like in New Orleans, they've gotten the Super Bowl and they've done a horrible job with it every single time. They've done nothing to help with any of those other areas. But then you look at Miami.
Remember that happened, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, there's somebody shut up the Marty. Oh well, they got shut up. Yay, let's go."
But
yeah.
I mean,
Nina, you
people
sound like you're drowning. You sound like you're drowning. It's really hard to understand you.
Hold on, wait.
But people I know in New Orleans to tell me, they used to say all the time, "Stay the hell out of that French Quarters." They're like, that ain't nothing but a projects. They said right on the other side of it, it's don't
The French Quarters ain't nothing but the projects.
Yeah, they say that after a
said
certain
that?
time. Now, I've talked to a couple of people down there locally who's from New Orleans that they like, yo, be careful down there. And I got to see it.
And can I respond?
Sure, go on ahead.
Because the French Quarter is like tourist village. So when the local black people are saying they nothing but the projects, they telling you that they out there fighting and doing all kind of stuff, and they ain't got nothing to do with us.
Yeah. What I saw is it's honestly, because I used to do what I call 24 hours in a city. Any city I would go to.
Can you mute?
Hold on a second. Oh, there we go. I used to do what I call 24 hours in a city. And you would see this weird dichotomy with New Orleans where you would see early in the day, it's this family-friendly environment, the restaurants, and it's a beautiful place to go around. You see the history, and it's just beautiful architecturally and all that. And then after you stay out a certain amount of time, you start seeing it changes. It's weird how it changes. And I want to say probably at about midnight, you start seeing all the thugs who are coming through, people slanging stuff. You start seeing, as they call, the women of the night floating around, and you see men walking around with purchase company. you see all this. You start seeing all the winos come out, and you see people on the side, needles in their arm, and I got to see it all. I got to see it like how it's beautiful and family friendly.
I ain't seen much of that now. Come on.
Oh, I spent
exaggerating?
No, I spent about a month and a half there. And I'm telling you, when you get there, like especially when you at that last probably couple of hours before the French Quarter starts shutting down, because it fluctuates whenever it's going to shut down. But after, like I've sat out there with the homeless people and talked to them and
I'm
got
to
to
agree to disagree with you.
I got to see them like
that.
because
I got to see him and police like locking people up. I got to see it like multiple times. Like, this is wild how this area gets so crazy. You got prostitutes all over the place. You got winos,
before you
then
finish, can you say good night to Yanina because she's
Yanina gotta go. Oh, that's why it was. Well,
her phone is dying.
We appreciate you, and we're so glad you were able to join us. It was definitely a pleasure, and you always drop some interesting information, and never know where the conversation is going to go, but it's always fun. But thank you, Yanina.
And I appreciate you letting me jump in to like say little things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. I disagree with him saying it's necessarily a project, but I've heard a couple of them say that. But yeah, I've definitely seen I've seen the pickpockets. I've seen all that going on in that area.
I got pickpocketed in France.
Well, Europe,
in Paris.
Europe is worse for pickpocketing than any place I've ever been. Europe is the worst place. You know, they don't. You're not going to run into a lot of people who's going to put a gun in your face in Europe. But that does not mean you will not get robbed somehow.
You might, but you might get a knife.
You might get a knife. You might get
like
somebody.
Europeans these days, though, eh? They're not maybe as brave as the Americans to go be so.
Oh yeah, they're not as brave.
Just fine,
but they'll still rob you. Like you can in Italy when I lived over there. If you leave change on your dashboard, somebody gonna break your window and steal the change. That's how bad it is. But but they're not gonna.
Northern or southern Italy?
I was in Sicily, but I've seen it the whole entire island. I mean the mainland and the island. I saw it the whole way. And then also there's a big problem with what we call Vespa bandits, where they ride through traffic when it's packed and your window will be down, and one person's driving, the one on the back, and he's just reaching in cars, just grabbing purses, grabbing whatever. So you leave a phone, you leave wallet, any of that stuff out, they just snatching stuff and going. And so that's a real bad problem in Europe, along with the pickpocketing.
I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back.
But yeah, I guess I'll go into like some of my. Yonina brought up about the flock cameras and the data centers. That's what I would say focus on. My focus in 2026, because I think that they're going to make a big push on more surveillance, more biometrics, and more ways of trying to control the populace. And I think because they know things are going to get worse and there's going to be more outrage and more of a push for protest and more of a push for people to get angry and get in the streets, and maybe even some kind of more revolutionary type mindset, they're trying to find a way to get ahead of that. And by surveilling us more.
One Piece flag protest, the Gen Z protests and stuff, they are really, they feel that they can play us like a fiddle, and maybe they feel that's confident to be able to do that because like we might be a bit naive to how effective they have been and are at doing this to us. We kind of there's a lot of scorn towards the ruling class for being stupid and not working. They don't do any work or whatever. I feel like they work very hard at destroying us, and they're getting pretty good at it, and we're a little bit behind the game.
Actually, they're confident because they've been able to get away with for so long. I think at this point now they're getting more sloppy than ever. And it's because of the arrogance.
Yeah.
Like I've said it before, you have when an enterprise first starts off, there's that blood, sweat, and tears. Like let's say we're running a startup together. We push hard and grind to get it off the ground because we know the competition and how hard it's going to be to get that startup, or let's say even co-op, whatever you want to say, get it off the ground. Once we've got it established and it's running smoothly, and then we pass it on to our successors or our children or whoever who takes over, since they didn't have to go through that grind that we did to get it together, they lose a little bit of that oomph. They don't lose it all because they saw, they were there watching us, do it. So they can only vicariously try to replicate what we were doing. Well, that next generation after them that takes over, they didn't see the initial generation. And so they get a little bit softer, a little bit less caring, a little bit more disengaged. and they start taking for granted some of the pillars and some of the strict rules that first and second generation held to, and so they start cutting corners. And then as it gets to that fourth and that fifth and that sixth generation or succession, at that point, they take for granted some of these rules and why they were set in place. And they don't realize if you don't do this, this is going to happen. And so I think right now, the American enterprise, the people who control things, have gotten to that point where they don't understand that in order to keep playing the populace, to keep manipulating the populace, you have to give on some things. And as they get more arrogant, it's getting more and more likely for them to meet that collapse that leads to empires crumbling.
I think there's definitely you're onto something there for sure, as far as something that goes a little bit forgotten, is that we're going through that big retirement of the boomers and transition, handing over of power to their kids and stuff. And I see what you're talking about in my own workplace that I'm working at, as far as I guess it's an anecdote, but a little bit of validation to the theory about the guy who's running the business now is the guy who took over from his father, who established the business, and they're much more disciplined, like brutal with their approach, the old-fashioned way. Mm-hmm. And that's the way that they uphold. They're trying to go into the future with this obsolete, archaic, traditional kind of conservative way of thinking. But their son, the guy's son, works with us occasionally, and he's been like the benefit of all this stolen wealth, basically, from us for workers. Mm-hmm. I'm not really my stolen wealth. I just started there, but from generations of people before me. And so I can tell that this kid is not going to be capable of working like his father was to uphold the business in the way that it is. So there is no way that this business is surviving in the next 10 years, 20 years in the form that it's in. Or like if the son takes over, or that son is not going to have anything to do with the business operations. So,
or a perfect example I always look to is like Henry Ford. Henry Ford, it's not like he was some great humanitarian or whatever, but he understood, why the weekend was important. I need to give my workers time off so that they come back and they're fresh. They work. They move product faster. I need to make sure that they have enough money, because if they have money in their pocket, they can buy my products. They understood the push-pull relationship of just giving them enough so that the return helps for them. But I don't feel that this generation or whatever of the
one in
rulers
charge right now, like that's what I'm saying. I agree with like the guy running the business right now, not like doesn't have the basic decency of understanding how important it is for the workers to be better taken care of. He's more of the recent mentality of that we can cut to the bone. We can treat them like utter shit because they're not going to do shit they don't understand that the blowback for that is like a generational thing, and it will be like a wave that will crush them forever. Like it's not something that's going to bother you today, but when it does hit, it's over, right?
Yep. So, it's like Jack Welch, what he did to GE. GE was profitable. They used to their workers made good money. They had vacation. Some of them had second and third homes. They had retirement, pension, all that. They literally loved their job. And then when Jack Welch came in, he just cut shareholder profits. That's all that matters. And then when the company got in trouble, they tried to go back to, well, let's try to build things and all that. It was too late. You did too much damage, and now GE is completely gone.
Yeah, and it's part of this denial of the socialism, whatever, as a viable option, because that's like, no, if we're going to be anti-communist to the core, anyone suggests doing anything good for the workers is against, me, and they're fired, right? And that's
got to take care of the workers.
Messenger, right? Good for you until it works against you, right?
Yep. To some degree, you got to take care of the workers. I don't care if it's this capitalist with a strong social safety net or if it goes all the way to a form of socialism or communism. But you got to have some form of taking care of your people, or it's going to collapse. It's inevitable. I'm sorry I kept talking, but Abby, anything you want to add?
I just got here, so look, I was about to troll y'all because I said, wait, when I first got here, I said, do I hear Shabbat Shalom? What's
Oh
going
no,
on in
no,
here?
no.
I'm just fucking with y'all.
Yeah, I think
No, I don't know
I'm
what
ready.
you talked about yet because I just got here, so I'm gonna let y'all keep going, and then I'll jump in as needed.
Yeah, I was kind of just talking about how the owners, people own this country, I feel like they're leading towards the collapse. And I think 2026 is going to get closer and closer to it because of they don't have that appreciation of what kept the peasants, us, at bay. They don't, it's very
Do you
easy.
think they're going to all flee to Argentina?
No,
I
don't.
I'm just fucking with you.
And this is, but no, it's a good thing that you brought that up because I hear a lot of people in the so-called, conspiracy theorist kind of lane. They believe that this is a intentional destruction of America so they can flee their empire to somewhere else. And the reason why I have a problem with that thought process is because the only reason why they're able to do what they do in America is because of the military might and the police state that we have. If you didn't have the police state that we have and the military might, you would have more people pushing back. But they know in a heartbeat they can amass basically literal small armies, within a lot of these police forces to suppress a lot of things. And so that's why I disagree with this intentional collapse. Because where are you going to go to? Well, you're going to go to China and they're just going to allow you to come over there and just run them. That doesn't make sense to me. And what are they going to let you go to Russia and just let you we will be subservient to you in our own country? And the only reason why the U.S. has been able to have this hegemonic power is because of the military. The only reason why they've been able to just ignore economic rules and basically live in a form of MMT is because of the military. It's might makes right. And so they just bully and take. And the moment you can't bully and take anymore, that power goes away. And those people remember how you treated them. And I don't see them just letting you take over.
On a scale from 1 to 10, where do you think our power, our global power lasts in a scale from 1 to 10 in this moment?
As far as the United States or just the West in general?
No, I'm saying the United
or
States.
Us, the people.
From a global perspective and our imperialism and like what we do, where do you think our power lies from a scale from 1 to 10? In this moment. Oh, and then I should probably ask, maybe I should go back retrospectively, to 20 years, maybe we should go back a couple of years ago and you can give me a scale, jump 20 years, give me another scale, and then come here. You know what I mean?
How weak
I'm
is
just
America?
really curious
Still?
if you think we're getting higher up the scale or lower.
Oh, we're definitely getting lower.
Okay.
Because with China and Russia, their advances, they are getting stronger. They're getting a lot stronger. I would even say countries like North Korea, Iran, Yemen, all of these countries have gotten stronger. And I don't think we respect the strength that they've been able to achieve.
And I don't even think it's just their strength. I think it is it's also the awakening of American people that they're just like, oh wow, well let me look into this. Oh wait, you mean to tell me this? Wait, this is happening? And I'm not sure if it's just me, but I feel like I'm seeing social media wise more and more people like uncovering untruths that were like fed to us in American history. So I don't think it's just about their strength. I think it's about our weakness of public opinion as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would say the biggest thing that hinges on all of that is honestly the restraint of these other nations.
I know, because they could have been.
If China, Russia, and the whole axis of resistance decided, you know what, America, we're tired of your
I'm
shit,
tired of
and
this
they just
shit.
started to start fighting, it would all start to collapse very quickly.
Exactly.
That's why I got pissed off about what happened with Gaza and not supporting Hamas and the continued like doubling down on this diplomatic approach by China and Russia instead of more.
Well, the reason why is they know that America is actually dumb enough to want to fight and wage war, and China and Russia are worried about money. They are worried about economics, and they know the moment they start warring, it doesn't help them monetarily. We have people in this country where they will make money off of war, even though that hurts other people. They personally will make money, so they don't care how it affects others. Whereas those other nations, since they build out their stuff and it's not private corporations who are profiting from it, it actually hurts those countries as a whole to actually go into war. So they want to avoid it. And so if they did get more involved, it would make the United States get more and more involved, and it could start leading to a hot war, because you have those idiots like Lindsey Graham who really think that they can just go over there and slap the shit out of China and nothing will happen.
Yeah. And what you're saying reminds me about what you were saying before about the generational thing. With China kind of has a bit of, maybe, I think definitely has this problem about they've had peace and prosperity for several generations now, and they're not really, they didn't go through what the original generation that established, like that Mao went through and stuff. They had a really much tougher thing. So then they're much more disciplined, but everyone, they kind of criticized that they were a little bit too strict with they weren't economically liberal enough, and that was kind of limiting them. So then they made this turn with Deng Xiaoping towards opening up to the world and being more capitalist and stuff. And so their generations have been influenced by this, and they're not really ready to be like fighting for the communist cause, I feel like, because they benefit too much from the status quo. So
I have an unpopular opinion.
Sure.
Okay, I think the monitoring of social media and stuff like that, the reason, like a big reason why these other countries, because they see we're weak right now. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, we're still strong, but we are weakening. But I think their restraint is monitoring social media and seeing that even the American people are tired of their shit right now.
Yeah.
So I think they're like backing off because they see we aren't falling for the bullshit anymore, and they're just trying to wait it out and see what happens.
Well,
that's my unpopular opinion. I don't know.
I wouldn't say it's unpopular. I think it's more that they're like, you know what? Let's let them just destroy themselves. I think that's a smarter route. I think that they see that there's enough internal dissent that the United States could collapse upon itself without them having to actually physically do much.
Physically do much, yes.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with that.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
maybe I said it in a different way, but I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing. Yeah, Chris H says, I kind of disagree. It seems that Chinese people are very aware of their own history. And I would agree. They are very aware. And they also have very long memories of what the West has done to them. And the difference where they have a society where they teach their history and they make sure it's known what was done. So they really have a never forget type relationship with their history versus America, which tries to hide. And I won't even say America, I'll say the West in general tries to hide the uncomfortable parts of their history. They don't want to acknowledge when the evils that they've done, or they don't want to acknowledge where they've been weak. They don't acknowledge any of those things. And therefore it makes it's dangerous because you have a false impression of yourself and the world.
And I think this is what I was alluding to, Morpheus, because the history that we were taught, like American people, not just Aboriginal, Indians, Native Americans, even white people are waking up and being like, wait, what did you teach me? Because I'm hearing other stuff. Like I'm learning other stuff because I have access to other perspectives, and I'm doing a little research, and this shit is mind-boggling to me. So I think they're waiting for us as American people to acknowledge what our country is and what they have done. And maybe maybe they're trying to wait for us to do something about it. I don't know. Black people don't want to do nothing else. We done it all. Shit, we tired.
They're actually happy with it getting to a point where the West just leaves them alone. Also, like if the West just left them alone, they're like, I don't care what America does, but they only pay attention to us because we're always in their business,
all up in their business. Yeah,
and so they pay attention to us because.
It's hard for us to say what they think, though, with the whole firewall that they have, where and the language barrier. We just really have to kind of speculate.
Oh no, I hear plenty. I have my ways of hearing stuff, and so there are podcasts that I listen to that are people who are based out of China who talk to real people on the ground and hearing kind of their viewpoints. And
it's just like a tiny flashlight in the dark, though. Like there's so much that you can't really get of the society.
But there's also Chinese social media too that you're able to like literally hear. Yeah. You're able to hear and get a real sentiment of how people feel over there. And their mindset over there is they love where their country's going. They're happy with their country, especially in China. Yeah. And so even some of the stuff that we would look at as, oh, that's authoritarian and all that, they're like, okay, some of that kind of comes with the territory. You're not going to have a perfect system. And so, but they're like, yeah, we would far rather our system than your system.
I think my criticisms of China kind of boil down more to their foreign policy than their domestic policy, because they've consistently made a choice to prioritize domestic development over ideological struggle abroad. They're kind of we're not going to try, and they have made it like a seal of their Chinese honor to do business that they're not going to try and make your country communist if they do business with you, kind of thing. They're gonna leave you alone ideologically. But that's this like, is communism supposed to be a global thing? Or is it kind of doomed to fail at a single country level? I think socialism is supposed to transition to communism, and they're talking about more like socialism that doesn't actually transition.
Well, but I agree with that, because the viewpoint I come from is no system is inherently evil or no system is inherently perfect. It matters how that system is used and wielded. If you had a such thing as a benevolent king, there's nothing wrong with feudalism. If you had lawmakers who cared about people, there's nothing wrong with a republic or democracy. There's nothing wrong with any of these systems. It's how you decide to use them. It's just like a hammer. You can use a hammer to build, or you can use a hammer to destroy. You can have a king which is horrible, who treats his people like crap, who extorts them for taxes, just like you can have a communist government that turns authoritarian and bullies and dictates a certain way on people. So I believe more in sovereignty, that people should be able to be freed up to have the belief systems within the countries that they dwell in. For instance, if you're a Muslim majority nation and you have a certain belief system where you want a theocracy, I think you should be perfectly fine within that theocracy. Whereas if you're an atheist, mainly atheist nation, I think you should be fine to be able to run that. I lean more towards sovereignty within whatever your given borders are.
Morpheus, may I bring up something from the chat?
Sure.
Okay, not to. I don't think it's derailing, but
No.
So
go ahead.
Yanina says they have literal social contract stores. They don't say that they can literally get fired. So remember when we started going to the Asian social media site as opposed to our own, and they were just like that. I mean, this is what they were telling us. That doesn't exist. How can you have a social contract with billions of Chinese people? Like, how do you even have a technology that can, render that or what have you? What do you think about that? You understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I guess. Michael, did you want to respond first?
Yeah,
or
well, okay, so they're talking about how they have a social contract where if you say
Yeah.
the wrong thing or whatever, you get points knocked off of your social credit.
I mean, I
You
disagree
know,
with a social contract. I disagree with it. But at the same time, when a government has power, unless you have enough sway, there's certain things that you're going to have to accept within certain governments that you're not going to agree with. And that's something that I don't agree with, but that's something that
But do you think that they have the technological ability to even implement something like that?
China, they are getting closer and closer to it. Yes. I
China's
believe China
technical.
is far more technically advanced than we are.
Yeah, they are.
I worry a bit how technocratic they are. It seems a bit like straying into the eugenics kind of territory where they're really socially engineering their population. I'm not sure how open they're willing to admit it, but they're very much doing that. So it's at a rapid pace kind of thing. So it's I think there's a thing about there is something that Marx wrote that I want to read more about. I wish I had already done so because now I don't really have the knowledge I need to speak on it. But he wrote about this thing called the Asiatic mode of production, as if there's like a different kind of way that they do things, kind of thing, because of Asian culture, and so I'm thinking that the thing with China and like North Korea and stuff, it might be kind of hard for us to understand because we're Westerners. There's just no way for us to be thinking like Easterners. So it's hard for us to even validate the idea. Like, do they have like a more authoritarian kind of traditional way of
Yeah, they've always had
moving,
more
right?
authoritarian ways. If you
It
go
raises
back to
for us to say that they like a strong man. That's who they are. That's
yeah,
Is that really true though? Because
they've always been more authoritarian. If you go back through all the different
history
dynasties,
kind of
they come from
to stay on
feudalist. They come from feudalist tradition for thousands and thousands of years, and so I think they've always kind of been more inclined to be that way.
well, is that really true? I'm being the devil's advocate here.
Exactly.
I'm being a devil's advocate here because well, let me just say it and then you guys could go, okay? Yanina, I always fuck up her name. I'm so sorry.
No, you got it right. It says
that,
Yona Yisrael there, but yeah, it's Yonina.
So there's a photographer who cannot travel because his score is so low. But they're like Scott Ritter went to he tried to go to Russia and he got detained and his passport revoked. Like that.
But he got detained by Americans.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point. My point is that not true for every fucking country?
That's my argument. There's some level of that going on, authoritarianism coming from many of these governments. That's the reason why I leaned more towards Epicurean society, where that's on a small scale, where it's more tribal. Everybody has their own say, and everybody's an equal. There's nobody who's directly a leader, so everybody comes to a consensus on what they want to do. Everybody has equal power, and it's more democratic in a sense. Whereas these systems always are going to lead to somebody has to be in charge. Somebody makes the final decision. If you get on the other side of that person, X can happen to you.
So what I was going to say about Epicureanism when it was brought up before, but what I remember about it, one of the things that the computer tells me, this is one of the things I think we need to be kind of double checking, is when I look something up, what does it say to me? And when you look it up, does it tell you the same thing? Because one of the things about Epicureanism is that they're like intentionally disinterested in politics. It's kind of like almost like a postmodernist or libertarian kind of. It's about like, because this kind of comes from the Greek pursuit of the good life, the eudaimonia, where there's Epicureanism. The schools of thought are like Epicureanism and Stoicism and hedonism, and I forget which other ones there might be, right? But so one of the things that kind of, as far as does it clash with the Marxist ideas, is the disengagement with politics isn't exactly a kind of like clashes with the class consciousness stuff, right?
Well, Marxism basically is a critique of capitalism. So, I mean, it's not necessarily a fluid like.
And that's like a old ideology. It's really hard to make that kind of.
That's what I'm saying. Marxism kind of doesn't fit into as neat of a box, because you can espouse some of those Marxist views while being a communist, while being a socialist, while being by even being a capitalist, because you're critiquing your own system. And so that's why Marxism would be a little bit more fluid. You know, that's how I see it anyways.
We have a problem with what we call Marxism, and Marx himself doesn't like to call it that kind of thing. Like it sounds like we're making it about a person when it's not really about Marx.
No, it's a philosophy.
I feel like we're throwing a word around that most people might not know.
Epicureanism might be worth putting the definition up there.
Yeah,
I forget the rest of it. It's been a while since I looked into that, but
so I pulled it up from the dictionary, so I'll read it and then you guys could speak on it, okay? Because this is not my. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
So Epicureanism, an ancient school of philosophy founded in Athens by Epicurus. The school rejected determinism and advocated hedonism, pleasure, and highest God, but of a strained kind. Mental pleasure was regarded more highly than physical, and ultimate pleasure was held to be freedom from anxiety and mental pain, especially that arising from needless fear of death and of the gods. So now that I've said that, now that now people in the chat, maybe you could have a better understanding of what they're talking, because I don't know what the fuck they
appreciate you, Warren. Thanks for swinging through.
Like the no fat people.
Much love, my brother. Well, it's like when you hear the hedonism, a lot of people.
Sorry, one second. Say good night to Extra Bulla.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Oh, you were. Oh, sorry.
No, it's no problem. Yeah, shout out to my
and
brother.
Wesley.
Much appreciation and love to you.
And
Wesley.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, but a lot of people get hung up on, especially that term hedonism in there. It's more mental hedonism, about mentally stimulating yourself and you know, those pursuits, not necessarily more on the physical or being freaky and all that like people think. It's about basically trying to live a life that's a lot more simplistic and engaging in mental thought exercise and having a more of a society where it's not all about ownership. It's not about, you know, control. Everybody's kind of more equal, and it's more of a free-flowing society.
But it's interesting.
So I think.
It's interesting to talk about idealism versus materialism. As far as, is it ideal to be rejecting the physical kind of pursuit of pleasure and stuff, and have this more mental is important, and then because what's kind of central to Marxism is materialism.
I'll be right back.
So
I just wanted to reiterate the end of the statement so people could like, because that was a lot. That was a lot that I read for them. So the end of it is mental pleasure was regarded more highly than physical. So sit with that for a second. Mental pleasure was regarded more highly than physical. And the ultimate pleasure was held to be freedom from anxiety and mental pain. So freedom, right? Especially that arising from needless fear of death and for the gods. I don't fear dying. Everybody dies. So I just want to throw this off real quick.
Go ahead.
I feel like a lot of religions try to make you feel fear of dying. So when I read this, it's saying that you don't have anxiety or mental pain or anguish about the idea that one day you're going to die. Everybody fucking does. Okay?
Right.
So go ahead, Michael. Go ahead.
That's where it helps to understand, I think, the core way maybe to understand these isms, whatever, the Stoicism, hedonism, or Epicureanism. They're ways to try and pursue what the Greeks called the good life. They were philosophically interested in finding what they considered the best way to teach people to pursue the best way to live life. So the idea about the best way to live life is to be able to achieve having no anxiety about death, or like basically they're saying it's virtuous to not be a coward and stuff like that, right? And there's a lot of different things like that.
That's the Stoicism part.
Yeah, they're trying to blend other schools of thought and creating a new one, and that by doing that.
It's giving me Tupac vibes where he's like, I'm sorry. It's giving me Tupac vibes where he's like, we live in hell right now. So why the fuck I gotta worry about dying? I'm already in here. So if you think you got something worse for me other than this, you are thoroughly confused.
That's where idealism is kind of they've had these arguments for centuries, and we've added all these other ideas on top of that, and now we're kind of at it where we are, and we're all at different places in modern times. As much as we at a certain level collectively we're all over the place. So
and that went into that.
Yeah, that there's a lot of bullshit to this. Don't worry about the physical world. We're gonna die, or we're already in hell, or whatever. That's idealist shit. We're like ignoring material reality, right? Sorry.
But that's not necessarily true, Michael, because the way that the slaves were taught was that you don't worry about how we're living, because you will find your heaven after death.
That's the ideal.
So this is like the antithesis of what you just said.
And if I could hop in, this kind of went into like some of my spiritual beliefs, where I do believe for some people this is their heaven, for some people this is their hell. And like, for instance, even when it talks about hell in the Bible, when you translate that into the Hebrew, it translates to the word Sheol, which Sheol means the grave. So when it talks about in the Hebrew, what it talks about in the Bible about, that heaven, it talks about a time after this time period. And also it goes into concepts of regeneration and stuff. I'm not, when I say regeneration, I'm talking about coming back. I'm like, you're not coming back as like reincarnation, like, oh, I'm going to come back as a banana. No, you come back as a human, and you come back and you live through those cycles of life over and over. And so that's the reason why it talks about that heaven or that hell. Yeah, you will have that in that next lifetime. And so that's where some of that goes into. So I don't know. I could expand deeper, but that's a whole nother conversation.
But that,
I mean, so basically none of us fucking know.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, you could definitely say that's the easiest way to sum it up. Everybody has their own theories. Nobody knows for a fact.
But what to do about what we know and don't know? We give up, right? So,
And all you can do is live in the material reality that you're in when it actually comes back to it. And that's kind of what Michael was saying.
yeah. Well, I was gonna say about what you're saying about some people are living in heaven and some people are living in hell all at once or whatever. This is where I think it's important, but it's interesting to talk about the postmodernist influence of today, where maybe people don't really know what a lot of the average person doesn't have a clue what postmodernism is, but they, I think, are good examples of like living examples of postmodernist thought in action. They don't really realize they're doing it a lot of times, but the thing about objective truth has been kind of rejected by the average person nowadays, like grand narratives with the consequence of like the end of the Cold War, them doing this thing about capitalism's going to win versus communism. Like everyone got tired of that. They don't care about a grand narrative anymore. They don't really care about objective truth. So now everything's fair game, but now we're lost in that kind of, in like almost like a schizophrenic perspective of the world because we threw the baby out with the bathwater, which was objective truth. So
yeah. I would definitely agree with that. And that's when in this society, a post-truth society that we're in, where nobody knows exactly what truth is, nobody knows exactly what's reality, especially since so many things that we view are through our digital screens. And so anything can be made to be true or false. And that's where things get crazy and dangerous.
But then we have to wrestle with the contention that there is a real problem, paradox, whatever. We don't have the human ability to observe objective truth, whatever. We have our subjective, we have to use our senses to view the world. This makes it inherently impossible for us to actually physically perceive objective truth in its whole, right?
Okay.
Sorry,
So,
yeah.
Michael, did you ever, I know Morpheus has heard this from his parents, believe some of what you see and half of what you hear?
I heard that before.
Your parents told you that?
Yeah. I don't know about who told me that, but I came across that somewhere. Yeah.
Our parents, I know Morpheus, your mama and daddy told you that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Definitely. Definitely. It's a proverb I've heard very often.
Very often.
Become nihilist, right? Believe half of what you like. It's not saying not to believe, right? It's just saying don't believe the other half.
I in scientific theory, I would say the possibilities are endless, but the probability is low.
Oh yeah. That's definitely something I'd probably live by. I don't rule anything out. You know, I it's more than likely everything is not going to happen, but you got to always leave that little
that 0.00001%.
Yeah. So I guess it's almost heading on 4 hours. So
yeah, I was gonna say
I'll ask
get heading out of here. I'm getting
any closing thoughts from the two of you guys.
Abby, you got any ideas?
Well, I really did think I was really thinking a lot about us, trying to come together and seeing what we could do to combat Turning Point USA. So I think that would be a good place for us to start in 2026.
Then I'll make sure that we can do some kind of collabo, and I'll have let's see if we can get Yanina on that. Maybe we'll do it on your channel. I don't know. Either your channel, this channel doesn't really matter. And try to see if
I wasn't thinking about a channel because
just well, then we can do it. We can do a DM or group chat or something like that. And
I'm just thinking before people even come to the channel, they have to even know that we are alive. You know what I mean? Like we are here. So Michael, remember when we were on True Zone's channel and they were like roasting me because they are all capitalists and they're like, oh, and this communist and this socialist and I said, and what I say, Michael, I said, I don't care if you roast me or what have you. What I care about is the fact that I'm speaking on something that I think makes sense for us. And if somebody hears it, then I've done my job. Like, I'm not about to be bullied into a certain ideology. I'm going to stick to my guns on what I believe. And if I don't do that, then there's other people out there in the universe or in the in Harriet Tubman's internet or Beyonce's internet, however you want to say it, that hears it and says, I'm not the only one person out there that believes this.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm.
So this is why we do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm always about the conversation. Always about the conversation, because you never know where that conversation will go, and you never know what other people can discern from that conversation and take from it. And so,
but Morpheus, not to cut you off.
Sure.
The only reason they even heard that is because Michael and I came on their channel. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they're not seeking us out. So we need to figure out a way to.
Well, actually, he did seek us out. The reason why we
I actually did see you guys out.
He was actually on that panel with you. I forgot, right? So you might remember him.
I'm trying to. No, I actually. What was it? No, I think I saw you. No, I think you came into my chat once, Michael, and then I went and started watching you guys' channel.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you remember. We had a panel of like 9 people on our.
But this is not what I'm saying. This is not what I'm saying.
There's a.
This is not what I'm saying.
Oh.
We were talking about there's a guy who calls himself Truth Zone. He has a channel on YouTube called Truth Zone. I forget what we were. I think we were talking about the issue.
May I speak on it?
Yeah, if you go ahead.
Okay.
If you know better
because I feel like we all speak in an echo chamber. The only reason Michael came on the Truth Zone is because I was looking for like Aboriginal indigenous genealogy and stuff like that. And then Michael got interested in it, so he came along. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, if people don't know what they're looking for, like, you don't know what you don't know. So I'm saying in 2026, we can't just be on our channels and expect people who have no idea what we're talking about to just find us. We have to seek.
But they
That's
tend to
what
go
I'm
in
saying.
circles. They go in circles about that conversation all day long, and I feel like they're maybe not really being very genuine about arriving to the truth about it. They want to make money off of stuff, maybe, but maybe this is wrong about me with my suspicions. So I'm just.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we have to seek other people.
Yeah.
To
But I'm saying
get
people are
curious
seeking
about what we're talking about,
and
then
people
bring
are-
them into the channel.
And people are seeking out content where they can get to the truth about something, and then we got these people who are like, okay, we can maybe make some money off of that. So, because the Aboriginal, they're versus
I don't like that. I don't
the
like
Black
that.
Aboriginal versus did they come from Africa or not? That conversation has an answer to it. It shouldn't go on forever, but
No, I
there-
don't like that. I don't like
there's
that.
sides
I
that
don't
are
like. I don't
divided,
like that.
and
I don't like that. That's not what I'm saying. That's not
Anyway.
what I'm saying. I'm saying when we're talking about 2026 goals, if
You're talking about just in
if-
general,
I'm saying
seeking out
if
people.
yes, I'm talking about seeking. If I'm not even talking about seeking out Aboriginal people, I'm talking about seeking out leftist people. Now the Aboriginal people will come, but I'm saying if TPUSA is like this force that is indoctrinating kids and they don't have any other perspective but their own, where's the other perspective? Because the DNC sure ain't fucking doing it.
Yeah,
I think that's an avenue for us to do it.
Like we should be leftists on Truth Zone's channel, because otherwise they got a bunch of these capitalist idiots, whatever, influencing people over there.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that same look at what Chris is saying about Abidu is talking about taking you guys' message to people who aren't looking for you guys, but could learn something from you guys.
I guess my question would be, are you saying like seek out possibly other channels or avenues to find newer audience?
No, because for you to seek out our channel, you already have to have a spark. I'm talking about in 2026, we need to talk about how do we create the spark.
I don't know. You tell me.
How we gotta.
This is what I was talking about.
You have to you could know what we're talking about, I guess.
We can go on campuses and just say, hey, let's talk about different systems of government. How do you feel about them? Let's talk about it.
I know some of those you just have to make sure you reach out to the campus ahead of time to see if it's okay, because some of them have.
That's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a problem.
How can you guys get in front of people who don't know about you? That's not something that I still don't feel very good. That's not something that I'm a natural strength of mine. Other people are good at being a public. This has always been feeling.
You don't even have to be. You don't even have to be a college campus. So yeah. I watch this man. He's a lawyer, and he goes to like public parks, and he just says ask a lawyer. And he says, I don't represent you as a lawyer. This is my community service. I'm just trying to guide you. Like, ask me a question to a lawyer and I'll give you information to send you on your way. Type of stuff. You can go to a public park. You don't have to go to a college campus. You could just go to a public park and just be like, hey, do you want to talk to me about, like, do you have questions? Have you ever thought about the difference between communism, socialism, capitalism? Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
It's all good. Yeah, that's all.
It's the same shit they doing.
Yeah, it's all just like the long-term stuff. It's nothing that we can, nothing to.
You already sound defeated.
I'm just saying. I think Marcus is like 4 hours in. I don't know what we're really talking about at the moment. So it's like.
I told you what we was talking about. What are you saying?
I'm just saying.
I just told you what we were talking about.
I mean,
it's like long-term strategy stuff. It's like.
I mean, I often go to events and talk to people, and I go to places and talk to people. So I do that. For instance, part of my goal when I went out to DC was to go and try to talk to people and get. Now, granted, I had problems with my camera equipment, all that's a whole nother story. But yeah, I'm not against, reaching out to people outside of being online or whatever and trying to engage them. I've already told people that was one of my biggest goals of 2025, to do more of that. I mean, I've went out to different protests. I've went out to, just covering information and I engage with people as much as possible. In fact, I even have come up with like a bumper sticker concept for my show, whatever, with QR codes. That way I'm advertising and that way I'm putting myself out there for people to have avenues to reach out.
I'm just thinking in 2026, we could do that and do it like on video. And just let people talk to us.
To get good at it and stuff. I think this is where we got to learn to play to people's strengths and stuff. There are the extroverts.
Y'all sound defeated already.
No, I'm saying extroverts are typically better at the outreach stuff, but they're not necessarily better at the technical stuff. And we got to learn how to work with who people are without being ableist about it.
You sound defeated.
I hear where you guys are coming from.
Go pigeonhole me there. Anyway.
Well, that's it. Gotta. Yeah, we can continue the conversation, but I need to wrap this up because the show's getting kind of long. That said, can you guys let everybody know where they can find you guys at?
Go ahead, Michael. Take it away.
At on YouTube at Abby Do Abby Don't. Guess you can find me on Twitter at Nihilo Nostrum. And Abby, is that your Twitter handle too? I'm not.
Yes, it is.
You can find Abby as well on Twitter there with that same handle. I don't. We should maybe do better in the 2026. We've been a bit undisciplined. Are we still on Rumble there? We have an account, but we haven't been streaming.
Do you guys have a specific time you're normally on to let everybody know what time to catch you live?
Yeah, our show is on Thursday.
I hardly catch you guys live.
Our show is Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central. Thank you. I apologize. I've been drinking a bit, but
no, it's perfectly fine.
But we've also been playing with the idea of having a open discussion thing on like Monday or Tuesday, where people could come on and say their part, and we could have like an open discussion where it's not just on us on Thursday giving them information.
So our time might be a little bit different. So thinking we're probably might be better doing even longer streams starting earlier in the day on Thursday. So we'll keep you guys posted.
Yeah, Chris H says study Caleb Maupin. He has been doing a lot of outreach, and he explains all the ways he has been doing outreach.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of him. I've been kind of had my already time where he kind of like banned me from his chat and stuff. I find he's like a post-communist now, bit too influenced by LaRoucheism and stuff. We would like to be like you were saying, we need to be encyclopedic like Caleb about like communism and socialism and stuff, without being as much of a weirdo as he is turned out to be. So yeah.
Oh.
But wait
a minute.
But he's a bit of a strange one for sure.
I'm the Michael's the one that's Michael.
Remember, I don't know if you remember Megan RP. I got this flag from one of Caleb's supporters. Don't talk to her anymore. I'm not gonna I want to get it back into that, but I had my adventure.
Don't get into it, Michael.
Associate with Caleb Maupin, and there was some headwinds there, some choppy waters. So maybe we'll see.
I'm a little more.
But the LaRouche stuff makes me. I gotta do my research on that. There's something about influence. People in independent media today that are in a lot of our circles, influencing some of the people that we know and talk to. There's something going on with this LaRouche influence. I gotta figure it out. So.
Yeah, I know me and Till kind of fall into our own, niche lane. So we don't necessarily overlap with everybody as well, but we still engage with everybody. So
yeah, it's hard to. I don't want to be declaring people my enemies. Bad for bad reasons.
Morpheus, my co-host be beefing.
No, I try to be a coalition.
I'm the more diehard communist or whatever. And then if you guys are more like the democratic socialist, then you're not going to maybe appreciate the threat of the LaRoucheite the way that I would, because like historically the Soviet Union was considered them officially or maybe unofficially maybe, but it's been documented that they considered them a threat, right? Mm-hmm. And that they actively took measures to kind of work against them. And so I'm finding nowadays there's some LaRoucheites approaching some of these ostensible Marxist-Leninists out there that like to uphold everything the Soviet Union did and celebrate Stalin and everything. And there's an incongruence when they work with the LaRoucheites who were considered an adversary, And so the thing about the Marxism is that everything is changing and in motion and stuff. So maybe it's important to understand what's changed about the LaRoucheites that they can be considered allies now. Like Russia has definitely made. We got to understand about LaRouche is gone, but his wife Helga Zepp LaRouche and has continued his organization. They go by different names, like the Schiller Institute and stuff. I got a couple. I haven't done enough research, but they go by different names now. So they're still around, and they're very much like a part of this whole abandon the Atlanticist agreement between Europe and America, and make America and Russia friends, and build the land bridge between Russia and America, and let's make everything about nuclear power. And it sounds like a bit of a way into the technocratic eugenics by stealth kind of thing. So I don't know. I could be paranoid, right? So
I don't know. Because I don't really hold to any philosophy at this point as far as political philosophies. So, I mean, that's what I say. I'm kind of in my own niche lane. I would believe that when I did, I was kind of to the left a little bit, but I lean more towards faith at this point now than anything. So I'm in a kind of a different category. And then I would say teal would probably be, I don't know, some things are a little to the left, some things a little to the right. So without speaking for, so that's why I say we kind of occupy a different kind of niche.
Yeah.
Because we engage with plenty of people from the left, as well as plenty of people who would be considered like libertarians. So, you know,
I know Marxists can be kind of sound like purists and stuff. They have this idea about eclecticism or whatever. It sounds you could always claim to be dabbling in this and that, and I pick and choose from, and I get to have the best of both worlds. I get to have my cake and eat it too, whatever. And that's a bit of a problem I find with like a lot of the people in the guys on the indie news network too. They're like no labels is something that Reef likes to say, and it's like this attaching yourself to some kind of ideal. Like picking a horse is not a way to go about it, right? There's no horse that's going to win the race. There is no ideology that we should be having.
Well, the reason why I'll say
right?
the reason why I'll say I don't hold to any of the philosophies is because where I find that especially a lot of leftists run into problems is they come with this concrete ideology, and this needs to be checked off, that needs to be checked off, that needs to be checked off. And when you go for this ideological purity, a lot of times what happens is you have a hard time building coalition to get anywhere, to get things accomplished. And that feels good that you're able to hold to your principles. But at the same time, what's more important, to have this ideological purity or to get things accomplished? And so I focus more on, I believe in this. This is what I'm trying to do right now. Who can I get on board to get X done? Because I believe in get this done, then I move on to the next objective, get that done, and I'll build coalitions, whoever I need to, for this one in particular thing. But when I try to do a list of these 50 things that I'm trying to get done, I feel you're always going to run into a problem of getting that done because you're not going to be able to build coalitions that's going to agree on all these things.
Yeah,
it's better each individual thing to take it that in my opinion, take that approach, each individual task, one task at a time.
I see this kind of oscillation historically happening where it does seem to be something we need to understand, maybe develop theories or read the theories already developed about it. But there's this thing about there's a need for to establish some kind of an ideological, more structured, but then you oscillate to pragmatism. We need to do what's necessary. We need to make the compromises. And then that's like where the corruption kind of maybe comes in a lot of ways. And then
a compromise. Well, here's the thing. A compromise would be if I'm saying I trade you this for this. I'm not saying I'll trade anybody anything for that. I'm saying it's kind of like hey, do we want pizza Tuesday? Yes, I want pizza. Okay, who wants pizza? Who wants pizza? All right, we're all fighting for pizza. That's it. We're not trying to give or take or anything. We're just fighting for pizza. And then, okay, we all disband. Now I'm fighting for my next issue. And if you're on board with that, that's cool. If you're not, then you guys do whatever you're doing over there. Yeah, Abby.
I ain't saying that.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that I feel when you're trying to deal with multiple things at once, now you're stuck in this push-pull relationship. and trying to figure out either everybody's on board or what can you negotiate away, versus just focusing on one thing. The civil rights era, how that stuff was accomplished. There were people who leaned more to the right. There were people who you would say lean more to the left. There were people who were religious. There were people who were atheists. But they realized that this is our objective here. Protest here, the busing routes, get this done.
But that doesn't have to do with being humane, right? So there are people who are just inhumane that agree with you on certain issues, but your inhumanity is like, that's a line in the sand for me. I just can't.
But here's my thing.
Can't do it.
but here's my thing. If your house is on fire, do you have the time to check who everybody is before trying to put that fire out?
If your house is on fire,
you're gonna take whoever is gonna help you, right?
Okay, but then, let's not get it misconstrued. There have been many firefighters who admitted that the house was on fire, and because it was a black person's house, they didn't save people.
I know what you're going into, and I know about that. But I'm saying, just for the simple analogy, I need somebody who's putting water on this house.
I don't want a simple analogy. I want to be real.
But here's the thing. The left can continue to be paralyzed by not getting anything done, by doing all of these checks and this and that and coalition building, or you can focus on one topic, get that done, and then move on to the next.
This is exactly it. Wherever I've been
This is why leftists don't have any power.
Yeah,
no, leftists get nowhere.
There's a dialectic here, right? So there's paralysis by analysis on one side, and then there's extinction. Now I can't know if I've like extinction by impulse is kind of the other thing. Where like what you were saying about you earlier. You find people talk about the revolution stuff, but they don't really think about looking before they leap without a parachute. That would be the extinction by impulse, the opposite of analysis by paralysis, which is extinction, but you don't do shit whatever until the time runs out, or you do too much too fast and you didn't think enough, right?
So Michael, didn't we cover a show about like Greater Russia versus Greater India, and how like they both wanted the same things, so they were willing to form a coalition for what they wanted. And then what do we say? After they get what they wanted, then what are they gonna do? Fight with each other, because only one of them can come on top if you have that ideology.
Then it sounds like
this is the same concept.
But that's analysis paralysis would lead us to come up with conclusions like this that would have us say we can't do this because this.
Then I see. Then what that sounds like is you're just going to spend the time spinning your wheels trying to figure out finding this perfect, coalition, and you're not going to get anywhere.
Trying to find.
And in which way is better, to not get anything done, or to achieve a goal? And so
I guess you can get something done, and then they could shoot you in the back.
Yeah, or you could defeat them.
Or what's like you can get something done, but you're gonna be you might have to be the bad guy to get it done in a way. People are gonna perceive what you did as a mistake, and you're going to have to live with everyone calling you an idiot or whatever. But you are actually smarter than them because you tried and failed and learned and know better now, right? So.
I mean, also a lot of times that you find, in most cases, when you agree on this one thing, it doesn't always turn around that this person's going to be against you on the next thing. It may just be one issue that you guys just don't rock with each other on. You might agree on 15 things, but okay, there's these 2 things you just don't agree on, and it's going to be that way sometimes.
So Morpheus, would you align yourself with Nick Fuentes?
There's nothing I agree with him on. But that's that.
There's nothing you agree with him on.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's a felonious argument because
I agree with him on some
him.
things.
I don't agree with him on anything. I have not found a topic that I agree with him on. I haven't found a topic. I haven't found a topic that I feel like, you know what? Yeah, I can make the argument to side with Nick on this. Okay, Trump is BS, but you know what? You were propping up Trump not that long ago. That's how I see it. I see him as a grifter. I don't see him as a trustworthy person on the other side of that agreement. So how could I deal with somebody that I do not believe is a legitimate actor? It's one thing if we
who would be the person that you would agree with on something that you don't believe they aren't a legitimate actor when they use you to get what they want and then they discard you to go off and do something else.
But that's the thing. You're using the analogy that I'm giving something to get something. I didn't say I'm making this long-term coalition to give this, to give that. And my analogy that I said is I'm working on one thing. Once we accomplish that one thing, that's fine. It's just like you have sports. We brought up sports before. People join a team, and on that 1 year, you guys won the World Series or won the Super Bowl. That doesn't mean you're on the team the next year. The very next year, you might be on a complete opposite team. And that's kind of how life works. You're not going to be always in tune with everything. Also, if that person is on the same team with you and you guys both won together, you didn't give up anything. You didn't have to sacrifice anything for what you wanted.
I don't know. Like take my co-host. I didn't know him before they paired us together from Revolutionary Blackout Network. I was looking at him with one eye open the whole fucking time, just trying to check. And then the more we talk to each other, the more I knew we agree on the same things. Now we don't agree on everything, but the stuff we don't agree with is not something that's a non-starter for me. Like I cannot fuck with somebody there's a non-starter.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like he's a communist, I'm a socialist. Okay, we can work on that.
With the co-hosts I've had,
he's not a fucking racist.
Yeah, but like for instance, with the co-hosts I've had the conversations with them and got to know them as a person, and then decided, yeah, this is the person I want to work with. I wasn't just a cold opening and trying to figure this person out. I kind of knew what I was getting with a person. And so are there things that you're going to agree with or disagree with? Of course, there's things that you're not going to be 100% on board with, but I can't tell you that there's anything that like Teal believes in that I'm like, oh my God, no, that's horrendous. And I'm making some kind of, compromise. I like the fact of sometimes we have some different viewpoints, and I like to have those conversations so people can see opposite perspectives. The same thing when Chris was a part of the show and Emmanuel before that, and even
we do that too, but he's not a racist and a misogynist. Like those are non-starters for me.
That's why Nick Fuentes would be a non-starter for me too. The dude is a racist. I can't deal with somebody who literally hates black people. I can't deal with that.
That reminds me of how people deny the whole political compass at all. It's like that the left doesn't really even exist at all in America. Or I think Chris is saying a lot of communists hate the Western left. I don't think the Western left even really understands their own ideology, right? That we're more dogmatists than pragmatists. There's some good critiques there, but there's a lot of I think epistemic violence is the right word, where you're like denying the truth of somebody's existence by saying what they are and stuff. And it's when we're talking about why we can't work with people because they're too right wing. This is what we're talking about. Like we can try and have a show where we have the left perspective and the right, like the breaking points, whatever, with Sagar. But at some point, it's like an illusion. It's not real dialectics. If then how are you going to reach out to? Then how are you going to reach out to other people if you're so dogmatic in your own views? Yeah. Because that means you're showing that you don't have the flexibility. So
to
what
work
about
with
the
other
politics
people.
of appeasement, though? I think the right is at an advantage. So the more that we try and cater and placate to them, it doesn't really work for us.
What, but you're talking about on dealing on a multitude of different issues, and that's
Yeah.
not how I operate. That's the reason. Therein lies the difference. I'm
Yeah.
not operating from that. Like,
you
for
know what?
instance, when you think as an activist is focused on, I'm dealing with this one issue. I don't even try to look at what your beliefs are on all these other things. I care about this. That's it. All that other stuff is a different topic. Like when like for instance, I was part of Smoke Free KC, and we were trying to get smoking out of restaurants. I didn't know what nobody else's belief system about anything was. Our issue was getting smoking out of restaurants.
It's a big
That's
picture,
it.
Little picture. I get criticized in my
You know what lies the difference, Morpheus?
right? So yeah.
What lies the difference is you a better human being than me, obviously.
No.
No, obviously. That's what lies the difference, because ain't no fucking way. I'm not doing it.
Now, if I
I'm
found
not.
out that this person is a part of the KKK later on, of course, yeah, I couldn't work with them. But I'm saying is when I was focused goal driven on this one thing, and because I believe you got to get one foot in front of the other. That's how you walk, one step at a time. And I feel the problem with a lot of people on the left is they're trying to do these grandiose things without getting the first foot moving. And if you're paralyzed by, well, I'm gonna do this and this, and then you believe in this, and you're making it too complicated. Find out what you want to get done. What's most important that needs to get done. It's kind of like if you live in a house, and let's say you got roommates, rent needs to get paid. Rent is the most important thing. What you have your portion, I have my portion. Let's get the rent done. Now, if we want to worry about what cable we're going to get and all that, that's a whole nother topic. But I'm going to worry about getting the rent. Next topic is, okay, we need food. Okay, let's worry about, how much do you have towards? How much do I have? And so I focus on issue by issue instead of trying to do a litany all at the same time. Because I feel you can't get, in fact, even if you look at legislative, how it works in Congress, you don't come out with 15, 20 things to try to get done most of the time. Most of the time you do your one thing. Now what happens is now you have a conglomerate of other people putting this and that and that. And that's where you're talking about more of a coalition like that. Of people who are like fighting for initiatives to get on the ballot. They're fighting for one thing. They're not even focused on all this other stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah. You know what? I might be a hypocrite, Morpheus, because I'm thinking back like when Marjorie Taylor, what's her name? Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, said abolish the FBI. I was like, yeah, I'm totally with you on that. Now I don't give a fuck about you with most other issues, but I'm with you on that. And surprisingly, she came around to other stuff. But anyway,
I'm gonna give you something. Do you think Harvey Milk, when he was fighting for marriage equality and LGBTQ, do you think that he was worried about the people next to him, how they felt on taxes?
Look,
that's all I'm saying is they focused on that one topic first. We get this, and then afterwards, if you believe this.
But I said I would give
universal in the particular.
I reflected. I did not reflect, and I said I'm gonna give you that. I reflected and I said I'm gonna give you that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah.
See,
but after that, we go on to fucking war.
Yeah. Now, if it's something else, if it's a different issue and we don't agree on that issue, okay, that's a whole different ball game. But at no point am I talking about conceding on things. That's why I feel like you can get more accomplished if you focus on that one thing at a time. When you try to deal with when you try to have this coalition and we're going to deal with these 3 or 4 things, that's where you run into the problems.
And I wonder if like the way I talk and the way I speak is like when it's someone who has political power and I'm like, yeah, I'll back you on that and then we'll live to fight another day, versus a political pundit And I'm just like, fuck you. I feel like maybe that was where I was going.
Well, see,
because
but
Nick
see, you said
Fuentes it has no power.
but
He's
see,
just a mouthpiece.
there's something that you said there that I heard. Well, I'll back you on this. No. We backing on this issue we all agree on. I'm not backing you on shit and waiting for you to back me later. Not playing that game. No. We both benefit from this or we don't at all. I'm not going to play the I do you a favor now and you get me later. No. That's the difference. I'm not playing, like, for instance, how a lot of people felt like, oh, well, I'm going to show up for an issue and I'm going to protest with you. And then when it's my turn, you're going to come back, right? No, I'm not playing that game. No, I don't play that game. It's kind of like, you want to put in.
Politically, I see it politically, but like on an emotional level, I think that's might be where I was on more of an emotional level. Like, I don't want to fuck with you.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is a lot of times when we're just all showing up for this one issue, a lot of times you don't even get down to that with most people. You don't even know. There's plenty of times where I was like, really? That person thinks that way? I had no clue. Because everything worked so great because we had this one shared goal. And that's it. You know, one shared goal. That was it. So what you wanted to do after that, that's a whole different ball game. And I'm like, and I'll deal with that at that point. And Chris H said, you're talking about pragmatism. Not really. I'm not really talking about pragmatism. I'm talking about one issue at a time. Pragmatics are playing this give and go game, triangulation. I'm not doing any of that.
Would you call it incrementalism then?
No, I wouldn't call it incrementalism either, because incrementalism is saying I'm going to take a short step ahead to hopefully get further later. No, it all depends on what you're pushing for. You could be pushing for the moon in that one step. That's all I'm saying. It all depends on what you are trying to do. It's not like, for instance, if your goal is Medicare for all, I'm not saying, well, I'm fine with the public option. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if it's Medicare for all, it's all in for Medicare for all. I don't care about none of that other stuff. Medicare for all.
About an early heart attack. Or maybe a stroke.
I put in for this one topic. We doing this one thing, all or nothing for this. Mm-hmm. And then when we get that done, if we can get that done,
still fighting.
Then I'm gonna move on to my next topic. If you there with me, cool. If you're not with me, cool. I don't care either way. But these are my objectives. And I'm gonna take this one objective now. I'm gonna move on to this next objective, and I'll let whoever gonna rock with me on my views. And I'm not saying, oh well, if you get me on this next one, I can kind of take a step back on it. No. I'm staying with my views, and if you with me, you with me. If you not, you not.
I can get with that as long as you're being very transparent to the public.
Yeah.
I rock with them on this because this is what we believe in. But all that other shit,
I feel like Lenin has the same approach or whatever. I think it reminds me about the importance of praxis, Praxis, right? So I think you've arrived at this philosophy, for lack of a better word, through praxis, and praxis is what will help you understand what's limiting or what's the pros and cons of this approach, right?
Yeah, like for instance, I remember when I was in Jacksonville, one of the sheriffs, the dude was a bad sheriff. We had issues with him by the way he was trying cases. We ran a campaign, get his ass out of office. That's what we focus on. Getting him out of office. We don't care nothing else about. He need to go. Now, once we accomplished him gone, okay. Now I got to think about who am I backing? And now a couple of candidates emerged. I supported this person. Some of the people I supported, some of the people I was with before, like, nah, I'm with this other dude. Okay, then. Okay, you got your candidate. I got mine.
I think Mao has a quote about like learn by doing. I don't know. I haven't read enough to really be calling myself too much of this or that diehard commie.
Because that's where I'm at. You got to, like, for instance, people who are successful in like movies or this or that, or you come up with a business, you got to get it accomplished first, getting something done. Then you can learn, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't have dealt with this, or maybe I shouldn't have did this, or maybe I should have did this differently. But if you don't ever take that step and get it done, then you don't even learn the lessons from that, and you get nowhere at all. Instead, you're just, it's like somebody being a perfectionist. It's like, I know I'm painting this picture, but I didn't get it exactly right. Give me more time. Give me more time. Give me more time. Well, you never get that picture in, and nobody see the greatness.
Perfect is the enemy of the good. That's a good thing to remember, that quote.
That's all I'm saying.
And I'm so glad we caught you on live.
Because you can actually engage and ask me questions. Yeah.
I am so glad, because I've had such an amazing time with you. I ain't gonna lie. We have to do it again on your channel or on our channel, whatever. Can I give a shameless plug?
Of course you can give a shameless plug. Of course.
Noteworthy on Thursdays, 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, at Abby Do, Abby Don't. That is me and the co-hosts up there. Yeah.
Don't want to be influenced.
And as I mentioned, Morpheus, we're gonna continue to do our thing on Thursdays where we like give information, but we wanted to do like a new segment where we did like an open discussion, which is why this is so amazing that we're here. Because hopefully you can come.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely try. I'll definitely try, especially in a couple of months once my schedule kind of lightens up a little bit and it's not as crazy.
We ain't going nowhere. Yeah, we ain't going nowhere.
Looking forward to some good collaborations in the new year here. We've been a bit not having so many guests on lately, but hopefully we'll be able to work with more people.
Definitely.
Before we leave, like, share, and subscribe. Can you do that?
Yes, everybody, please make sure you like, share, and subscribe to Abby Do, Abby Don't, and make sure you subscribe to the Political Matrix.
Yeah.
Definitely to the Political Matrix.
That said, thank you to my lovely guests. Thank you for everybody who came and joined, whether you came at the beginning of the show, came at the end of the show, came at the middle of the show, or you're watching this later. I thank you, because you're the reason why I do this. And whether it's one of you or whether it's 1,000 of you, hopefully somebody is getting the message. Hopefully you guys be safe out there and have a wonderful 2026. And we are out.
Young Morpheus.
There is discrimination in this world, and slavery and slaughter and starvation. Governments repress their people. Millions are trapped in poverty, while the nation grows rich, and wealth is lavished on armaments everywhere. These are differing evils, but they are the common works of man. They reflect the imperfection of human justice, the inadequacy of human compassion, our lack of sensibility towards the suffering of our fellows. But we can perhaps remember, even if only for a time, those who live with us are our brothers, that they share with us the same short moment of life, that they seek as we do, nothing but the chance to live out their lives in purpose and happiness, winning what satisfaction and fulfillment they can.